me know when you're all set.
Do you want to get started? I don't see Deborah yet, but by the time I take care of all the things,
Yeah, why don't you start taking care of the housekeeping stuff?
Okay. I will switch this over and do a few things.
Recording in progress.
I think Deborah was actually at a SAM Operations Committee meeting.
Oh, okay.
Might be running a little late. I think they had some big stuff on their agenda.
Oh, she's an attendee actually. Let me move her over. She must have had a bad link. I just don't see the timer yet. Okay, we're probably okay to get started. The timer should pop over in a second.
Okay, welcome to the regular meeting of the Half Moon Bay City Council of May 3rd, 2022. This meeting will be held entirely by teleconference. All council members and staff will only participate via the Zoom platform. The meeting is being conducted pursuant to recent amendments to the teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, allowing teleconference during a proclaimed state of emergency when local officials have recommended social distancing. This is AB 361. This meeting will be conducted via Zoom webinar and live Spanish interpretation, which will be available within the Zoom platform. Members of the public are welcome to log into the webinar as attendees. During any public comment portions of the meeting, you may raise your hand using the raise your hand feature and will be called upon and unmuted when it is your turn to speak. You can join by phone at 669-900-9128 using webinar ID 995-8894-7925. If joining by phone, use *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and unmute. Spanish interpretation will be provided by Victor Hernandez and Nicholas Leskovich this evening. Nicholas, could you explain how to use the Spanish interpretation feature?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and honorable City Council members and City Manager. I will gladly do so. La reunión será interpretada al español y para acceder al canal de audio en español tiene que hacer clic en el botón de interpretación que se encuentra en el icono del globo o un mundo en la barra de tareas de Zoom. Aparecerá un menú y entonces podrá seleccionar el idioma. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's already done.
You're muted, Debbie.
Could I please have a roll call?
Councilmember Brownstone.
You're muted, Robert.
Sorry about that. Sure.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Here.
Councilmember Rohrbeck.
Here.
Vice Mayor Penrose.
You're also muted, Deborah. I think Deborah's having audio problems, maybe?
Yeah. Deborah, could you try speaking again? Okay. Mayor Reddick?
Here.
You have a quorum?
Thank you. So the next item is approval of the agenda. The Vice Mayor had asked me to ask council members whether you would approve of moving up the CIP item, which is item 3E. ahead of, moving up item 3F, which is the city council priorities, ahead of item 3E, which is the 5-year capital improvement workshop. So it would be 3D, 3F, followed by 3E. And do we need a motion to do that, Catherine?
Yes.
Could I have a motion in a second?
So moved. Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownstone,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Mayor Reddick.
Yes.
Motion carries.
So we will hear item 3F ahead of item 3E. Next item is public forum.
If there are any members of the public who wish to comment on an item not on the agenda tonight or on an item on the consent calendar, please use the raise your hand feature. And our first speaker is Bill Balson. Bill, you have 3 minutes.
Recently, the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors reported that they would begin meeting in person, I believe, starting this week. If it's safe enough for them, seems to me like it ought to be safe enough for Half Moon Bay. The objective data indicates we have a lower prevalence rate here than they do across the hill. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Bill. Bob, would you like to respond to that? I know that staff has been, working on a transition.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council and members of the public. And thank you, Mr. Balson, for bringing that to our attention. There is an item on the consent calendar tonight, 1C, which is to re-ratify the resolution that allows us to hold these meetings remotely. And the requirement, as you might be aware, I don't know if the public's aware, is that the council adopt that resolution every 30 days. So it does come up in front of you quite frequently. And I think if the council wants to have a short conversation about that, even tonight, just by simply pulling that item, you could just simply have a short conversation about where everyone kind of stands. Of course, the last 2 years have been very dynamic and we've learned a lot, and sometimes we move too fast and sometimes we move too slow. But I think it's a fair point that the speaker brings up. And if the council wants to talk about it briefly and give us some direction, if you still approved 1C tonight, that would then extend 30 more days. And that would probably give us the final, enough time for staff to be ready when you pick that first meeting. So that would be appropriate to adopt tonight and then give us that direction. Maybe we shoot for the 1st or 2nd June meeting if the council's ready, and you could direct accordingly. But yes, the city clerk and staff have been taking necessary measures to prepare ourselves for that first in-person meeting. And our intention is that it would be hybrid with Zoom preferably, but worst case scenario, we would certainly, if we couldn't get the Zoom technology up and running, we would take calls, which is essentially the same as a hybrid meeting as well. So that would be the intention. And again, just pull 1C, and then all 5 of you can discuss it for a brief moment, if that's the desire.
Thank you for that, Bob. Do we have any other speakers on public forum?
No other speakers, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to proclamations and presentations. And the first order of business is recognition of the members of the Redistricting Advisory Committee. Do you have an introduction to this item, Jessica, or should I proceed?
I didn't, but I'll just say from my perspective, again, to thank each of the 7 committee members. It was a pleasure to work with all of them. And I think that we did amazing work over what almost was a year-long process of the redistricting, and happy that we have completed the task and are looking ahead to the November election, and thank them for volunteering their time and doing their best work. So.
Yeah, so I'll also discuss the item. So, We would like to thank our 7-member volunteer redistricting advisory committee for the work that they did. It was a temporary advisory committee, and they were charged with a very important invisible role, and that was to study and recommend updated redistricting maps for city council election districts. Redistricting is something we need to do every 10 years based on the US Census. How we draw those boundaries is fundamental to ensuring a fair and representative election process. Drafting fair maps is a complex process, and as we saw, it is not without controversy. And as you've read in the newspapers, it seems like everybody who was doing it had some controversy, or other. The advisory committee's diligent work and collaboration over the last several months were instrumental in the completion of the redistricting process, which concluded with the recent City Council adoption of a final redistricting map, which was submitted to the City Council by the committee. The City Council and Half Moon Bay community recognize and thank the members of the Half Moon Bay Advisory Committee, and they include Marin Holt, who served as chair, Paul Gator, who served as vice chair, Michael Settles, Claudia Marshall, Steve Mahler, Phil Marshall, and Hal Bogner. To each of these individuals, we've mailed a certificate of appreciation and a bouquet of flowers for the long hours familiarizing themselves with new subjects, understanding and applying complex data, having tough conversations, and engaging the democratic process for the public good. And I know that some members were in attendance this evening. If you'd like to say something, please do now. Raise your hand.
Michael Settles.
Good evening, council members and the staff of our grand city. This was quite a journey, but I just want to extend my thank you to my fellow commissioners and to the Half Moon Bay staff that were diligent and they were patient and they answered our questions, and the process, while sometimes taking longer than we anticipated and getting all the details, it was truly a pleasure. I learned a lot. And I'm just so glad that our community came out and they voiced their opinions, and we have a decision and we can go on to make this city the best place that it can be. And I want to thank each of you as city council members for listening to us, to hear us, and our leader is really to be commended. But the last thing I want to say, this beautiful bouquet of flowers I'm looking at right now, and I thank you so, so very much. It was such a kind gesture. I was not anticipating it, but I'm going to enjoy these flowers. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Claudia Marshall.
Yes, I would also like to say it was an amazing process, and I am a firm believer in civic involvement and in giving back to the community. And to have had this opportunity, to me, it was a blessing. So thank you, and I know that we got a great result from all those months of work. And I appreciate being part of the process. Thank you and good night. And thanks again for the lovely bouquet.
Thank you, Claudia.
And Hal Bogner.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, I share with my fellow committee members a deep appreciation for being involved in the process, and a tremendous amount of admiration for all the members of the commission or the committee, for all the work that we did, and appreciate that the council spent the time to look deeply into the issues that the public raised. I think that as we go forward and watch for the Santa Monica appeal decision, that there may be some things to continue to think about in the city. And I would like to hope that every member of the committee, might be willing and ready to assist in further discussion. It's a difficult thing, drawing lines and separating out who gets to vote when and for whom. And I appreciate you guys had to make some difficult policy decisions. And again, I just want to thank you. And yeah, the flowers were a very nice surprise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hal. I think that concludes our comments from committee members, Mayor.
Would the council like to comment at this point? Harvey.
I also want to express my appreciation. I thought that committee worked really hard, made some really tough decisions, and it was a real good example of what community involvement can be. As I've said before, I think we owe them a little bit of an apology because their first choice was not accepted by the council. But I do appreciate the incredible amount of work and the intelligence that went into their decisions. So thank you, all 7 members.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, I would echo everything that Harvey said. And it just thrills me when I see community members coming forward and deciding to do the hard work of trying to make decisions for the rest of the community. And I'm hoping that the example that this committee set will help to encourage others to participate in just as active and intelligent and wonderful a way. So thank you again for everything you did, and let's hope it continues.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anybody else? Okay, we'll move along. Thanks again, committee members. It was a tough act to follow. We're moving on to a proclamation recognizing Mental Health Awareness Month for the month of May. And I'm going to read a proclamation, and then we have Sylvia Tang from the county who will accept it and comment. Bear with me here. And I hope everyone noticed that the mental health awareness flag is already flying at City Hall. It's that green flag, and green is the color of mental wellness. I'm wearing green this evening. I hope some of you will wear green to the next meeting. Green is a good color for wellness, I think. Mental health conditions are one of the most common health conditions worldwide, and the COVID-19 pandemic has triggered a 25% increase in the prevalence of anxiety and depression. Last year, the U.S. Surgeon General issued a health advisory on the youth mental health crisis that has been further exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. One out of every 24 Californians with a serious mental health condition have difficulty functioning in everyday life. And if left untreated, have life expectancies 25 years shorter than the general population. Every day, millions of people face stigma related to mental health and substance abuse conditions and may feel isolated and alone, going years before receiving any help. Mental health and substance use conditions are treatable health conditions, and people who have mental health and substance abuse conditions can recover and lead full and meaningful lives. This year's May Mental Health Month theme in San Mateo County encourages everyone to take actionable steps towards addressing mental health and substance use conditions with the overarching goal to support mental wellness. Half Moon Bay has joined the San Mateo County Mayor's Mental Health Initiative, where mayors across the 20 cities in San Mateo County have come together with the mission of promoting awareness of and access to mental health resources in their communities. The Half Moon Bay City Council wishes to increase the public's knowledge of signs and symptoms of mental health and substance use conditions, professional and self-help resources, and self-care practices. We have created a website, halfmoonbaycity.com/mental health, all one word, that lists local, regional, and national mental health resources. Additionally, we will be sharing informative mental health resource posts on all of our social media channels. Now, therefore, be it known, I, Debbie Ruddock, Mayor of Half Moon Bay, hereby recognize May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Half Moon Bay to enhance public awareness of mental health, to help end the stigma and direct members of the community to resources and support for mental health and substance use conditions. And now I'd like to ask Sylvia Tang to join us.
So much, Mayor. Proclamation was well said, and appreciate you all, appreciate your words and also your actions to implement your dedication of May Mental Health Month. I'll be brief, but I'll introduce myself again, but I also want to address you all first. So mayors, council members, city staff, city manager, and residents of Half Moon Bay, thank you for welcoming me to your community here. And I'm Sylvia Tang. I use she, her pronouns. I work for San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, Office of Diversity and Equity. And we're very excited and honored to accept the proclamation for May Mental Health Month. As the mayor said, our theme this year is take action, and we're using the hashtag SMC Take Action for MH. We hope you can use that to help us spread the word. But more importantly, there is a website we really want to promote, and that is smcmentalhealthmonth.org. And the reason why we want to promote it is because it has free events in the community, including an event hosted by Half Moon Bay, which I'll share in more detail soon, and free resources to the community that are national, local, and including a free wellness app. So please check it out. I do want to highlight one of the events happening in Half Moon Bay that's hosted by Cabrillo Unified School District. You probably know Caroline Morton. So Caroline is organizing an event in partnership with other organizations, including, let me grab the flyer so I can read it correctly. The event is called Wellness Festival, Celebrating Resilience and Connection. It will be Saturday, May 21st, 1 to 4 p.m. at Cunha Middle School. And its organizing partners include Coastside Pride, Ayudando a Latinos a Soñar, ALAS, Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, and El Centro de la Libertad, and of course, Cabrillo Unified School District. So I hope you all can attend or help spread the word about that great event. And big thank you to the city staff I've been working with as well, including Matthew, forgive me for any mispronouncing of names, but Matthew Chittister, Victor Gaitan, Colleen Latire. Thank you so much for being a pleasure to work with. And we've also had the honor to work with Half Moon Bay Library and ALAS, Pat from ALAS and others at ALAS. So really appreciate the Half Moon Bay community, and thank you for your collective efforts to promote Mental Health Month.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. And I just want to discuss a few other things that we're going to be doing. So we're going to be doing during this month Mental Health Monday, and each Monday we'll have a mental health wellness tip. Every Thursday, there will be a mental health resource post sharing various local, regional, and national resources. I mentioned that we're going to have the dedicated webpage. And then we have the flag. And we will be participating in the mental health first aid training. And hopefully that'll extend beyond May. And that we'll get lots of folks in our community able to deal with emergencies as they arise. So we're pretty excited about this. And thank you to the Half Moon Bay staff for diving in with gusto in this project, this very important project. So thank you again, Sylvia, and have a good evening.
Thank you, everyone.
We have one more. So this is a proclamation for Jewish American Heritage Month. In 1654, a small ship carrying 23 Jewish refugees sailed into the port of present-day New York City. Fleeing oppression and discrimination, these courageous women and men faced resistance from the colony's leaders. Nevertheless, they secured the right to remain and became the first Jewish communal presence to settle on American soil. In so doing, they expanded the frontier of religious freedoms that would help define the bedrock principles upon which our nation was built. During Jewish American Heritage Month, we honor these 23 refugees and the centuries of successive generations of Jewish Americans who, shaped by their own encounters with prejudice, persecution, and the promise of a better tomorrow, have emboldened our nation to stand up for justice, equality, and freedom. Throughout our country's history, Jewish Americans have proudly served our nation in uniform, in elected office, and our nation's highest courts. They have made enormous contributions to America's cultural, scientific, artistic, and intellectual life, and they have marched, petitioned, and boarded buses to demand civil and political rights for all, from women's rights to voting rights to workers' rights. The city of Half Moon Bay acknowledges the valued contributions that the Jewish community has made to strengthen our diverse coastside community. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Ruddock, Mayor of Half Moon Bay, do hereby proclaim May as Jewish American Heritage Month. I call upon the community of Half Moon Bay to observe this month to celebrate the important social, cultural, political, and economic contributions of Jewish Americans. Thank you. And we have Sharon Turner to accept this proclamation.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much. I'm Sharon Turner. I'm the president of the board at Coastside Jewish Community. And we are a Jewish community here on the coast side, and we represent and welcome folks from Pacifica down to Pescadero. So Half Moon Bay is right in the heart of that. Thank you so much for acknowledging Jewish Heritage Month. As you said, Jews have been in the United States for a long time, a long history, both positive and struggling with persecution, and even today thriving here on the coast side. But unfortunately, we do still experience anti-Semitism along with racism and all other groups that we are allied with. So we are thrilled to accept this nomination, and we just want to let everyone know we're here to pass it forward. Jews have been helped by so many people, races in the past, and we want to, we're here on the coast to be allies and fight for the rights and justice of all people, no matter your religion, race, ethnicity. So thank you so much. It's a really great honor.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you for coming to our meeting tonight. Okay, so we're moving on to mayor's announcements of community activities. I have 3 this evening. So I just want to remind folks that this Thursday, May 5th, is Coastside Gives. For 24 hours, you can make donations online to Coastside nonprofit organizations. And also you'll be able to make some donations at various businesses that are hosting Coastside Gives stations. So keep an eye out for those. More than ever, our Coastside nonprofits need your support. For more information on this annual donation challenge, you can go to coastsidegives.org. This Thursday is also Make It Main Street in downtown Half Moon Bay from 3 to 7 p.m. This event happens the first Thursday of the month until fall. This month, there will be a special Coastside Gives section on Miramonte Street. You can also see some really nice classic cars on Miramonte Street. So hope to see everybody at Make It Main Street on Thursday. Lastly, the city invites the Coastside community to attend the groundbreaking celebration for Carter Park construction, which will take place on May 19th. It looks like 11 a.m. Currently at the site, which is located adjacent to the parking lot at Stone Pine Center. State Assembly Member Mark Berman will attend this groundbreaking, and he was responsible for the city getting the vast majority of the financial resources to complete this project. So we're really happy to host Assemblymember Berman and his staff, but you're all invited to attend. I'll ask the city attorney. I don't think we have anything to report out from recent closed sessions, as we've not had any, but.
Correct. Nothing to report out.
Thank you so much. City manager updates to council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, members of the public. I have two quick ones before I turn it over to, I believe, Jennifer Chong for an update on the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. So first, and related to the speaker's comment under public forum, we do intend to open City Hall back up to the public effective May 16th. So that's 2 weeks from yesterday. And that'll be Monday through Thursday. I think this is our third try, maybe it's second. No, I think it's the third. So hopefully third time's the charm on this, and we don't have to close City Hall again. It's certainly not our intention to do so. And again, if the council wants to have a short discussion about council meetings, we can do that on the consent calendar in just a minute. The second comment I wanted to make, I wanted to acknowledge, I meant to do this at the last meeting and I forgot, but I wanted to acknowledge how great the paving job looks on Miramontes Point Road. And I just want to tell a quick story about that. About 3 months, well, I want to acknowledge a couple people. First, I'm going to acknowledge in this story Don Horsley, our supervisor. I'm also going to acknowledge our mayor, Debbie Ruddick. But like 3 months ago, the mayor and I had, I guess, what you'd call our annual meeting with our supervisor, just to kind of, keep in the supervisor's ear. And so we met with Supervisor Horsley and, brought up issues like housing and traffic and things like that. And then in the meeting, the mayor brought up Miramontes Point Road, kind of like, hey, if you don't ask, you don't get. And said, it could really use a paving job. And then I kind of jumped on too and, tried to guilt him a little bit and said, yeah, it could be the worst road in your district, Mr. Supervisor. So, if you don't ask, you never know. And then I just thought, well, he'll go maybe tell someone or, it'll get on a list and we'll maybe see it paved in a year or two. And then like 3 weeks later, surprise, surprise, we saw the machinery out there paving it. And I think it was Supervisor Councilmember Jimenez who noted recently that, that road actually is partly in the city, and he's absolutely right. It's about 1/3 city, 2/3 county. So as soon as we saw the county react, we got with them, and I don't know how the details were worked out, but they also went ahead and overlaid the city section. So I just wanted to acknowledge our supervisor. He obviously, maybe it was in the works already, I don't know, but he went and did something. Because I've never seen Public Works work that fast. And I just want to acknowledge the mayor for bringing it up, because if you don't ask, you don't get anything. And just what a nice thing for the folks who live in Moonridge, because that road was horrible. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Yes, I agree. I like nice, smooth roads. I don't know about you guys. So every time I drove that road, I was just like, this is atrocious. Something needs to be done. So with that, it looks like, and Mayor, back to you, unless you want me to turn it over to Veronica, if you have a comment, please.
I would just say, don't forget Belleville Boulevard either in terms of needing attention.
Got it. On the list.
Hearing a lot about that too. Okay, so we can move on to the.
We have one more update.
Yes, Climate Action Plan.
Veronica, yes.
With Veronica, who's back.
Yes. Give me 1 second. Just let me share my screen. Perfect. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Veronica Bostonak, back from my leave, your sustainability analyst, and I'm here to give you some updates about the Climate Action Plan, but also our Earth Day event. So we had an Earth Day event this past Saturday, April 30th. We had our annual Community Recycling Day with Republic Services. We had 225 households participate, which is a really huge turnout. We shredded 350 copy paper size boxes, totally filled the shred truck. We gave away 20 cubic yards of compost and recycled over 4,000 pounds of e-waste. So we had a really successful Earth Day event. So thank you so much to Republic for providing these services. And thank you so much to all of the residents who came out. We have them 2 times a year. We'll have another one in the fall. I know it's really popular and it's gaining popularity, so I'm excited to see you all.
Veronica, are you supposed to be showing a screen here?
Yeah, can you not see it?
Because it's a white bar. Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
That's better.
See,
what about a picture of your baby?
I can probably put one on my phone, but I'll include that in my next sustainability update. I have an Earth Day outfit for him, so sorry. I have 2 screens now at home, and I moved it. I moved my share, so. Here's the pictures. We have pictures of each of us. And then we also did tabling with the chamber at Cameron's parking lot. So we filled New Romani's Road with Earth Day goodness on Saturday. We tabled there, and all the other organizations that I have here on the screen were there too. So we had a lot of really good conversations with a lot of people, and really appreciate being out there with those organizations on a Saturday morning. And then I wanted to give you a little bit of an update on the Climate Action Adaptation Plan. As I'm sure you all know, we have been working on the Climate Action Plan, our first A first, and then following with the Adaptation Plan once the Climate Action Plan is complete. We had previously been working with 2017 greenhouse gas emission inventory. But we had the opportunity with a new county consultant to update that and work with 2019 data. So we've asked them to expedite it, and we expect it to be done by the end of this month. And by using that new inventory, we'll also get to take advantage of some new features and just updated data in general. We will be adding methane leakage emissions, which is especially relevant for building electrification and building energy. We're also taking another look at transportation and changing the methodology for how the vehicles miles traveled is calculated. So previously we had looked at inbound, so just whatever is going on our roads within the city limits. And instead we're going to be looking at origin destination methodology. So actually taking a look at where people are coming from and going to from the city. So we hope that that will be a much more accurate picture of our greenhouse gas emissions. And we're curious to see what the new breakdown and pie chart is going to look like. So we should have that available by the end of this month, and we'll use that to make the final touches on our public draft, which we expect to be available for review in the summer. And with that, we'll do some outreach with our new Loteria game. And we're expected to finalize and adopt, or we're planning to finalize and adopt that in the late fall of this calendar year. We're working a little bit on the climate adaptation, so that second A in our CAP, or a CAP. So we're doing a sea level rise study, as you all know, and we expect to do the drafting of the adaptation element, outreach, and then finalize and adopt that final CAAP CAP in the summer of next year. So just wanted to give you all an update. I know it's been a little bit since we've talked about the CAP and I've been on leave. So here, if there's any questions or comments.
I have every confidence that we will get through this and have a wonderful plan. Now that you're back. And we've had some great public outreach. I'm sure we're going to have some more. So
yeah,
so it's been a good process. Anybody else? I guess not. I guess that's it, Jessica or Veronica. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you. And thanks, Sean, for pointing out that my screen was on the wrong.
Okay, so Here's the consent calendar items. So I'll ask that 1C be pulled so we can have that discussion about meeting in person. Does anybody want to pull any other items besides 1C? And if not, could we have a motion to approve the consent calendar minus 1C for the time being?
So moved.
Second.
I'm just going to run through the items for the public. Item 1A is waive reading of resolutions and ordinances. Item 1B is the second reading of the accessory dwelling units ordinance. Item 1D is completion of the redistricting advisory committee work and disbandment of committee. And item 1E is a request for deaccession of the Carter Park, the existing Carter Park sculpture. So can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rohraback?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Yes.
Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We're going to hear item 1B, which is the re-ratification of resolution to continue holding public meetings.
So, Madam Mayor, I can go first and just add to the comments I made previously. But as soon as when the governor changed, modified the executive order and went to this format, yeah, that was kind of our agreement, was that, you know, let's go slowly and let's wait until, you know, everyone's comfortable. And we always felt as staff that this is something your council should decide on collectively. I don't feel this is kind of a majority rules item. That's at least my opinion. I think all 5 of you should be ready. And so this provides the opportunity to have that discussion. We've been working behind the scenes to prepare for this day. And I guess if, depending on how the discussion goes, if the council's inclined to take that step, I guess just to make sure we have enough time to really get ready, I would suggest that first meeting be June 21st. If the council would like to go a little faster, we could probably be ready for June 7th. But I would recommend June 21st. And again, it was our feeling that this day would come, and here it is. And you can have a discussion among yourselves, and that would be our recommendation. If the council's ready, then we'll be ready.
Are there clarifying questions to staff from city council members, or just comments if you know? Councilmember Brownstone, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah. I am actually not very comfortable at all getting back to live sessions for a number of reasons. You know, I work at Stanford Healthcare, and so I get a lot of information about what's going on in the hospital. And, you know, right now we're going through surges, and I'm sure everyone's reading about that. And it's still a very contagious virus. And sometimes you might read, well, you know, people aren't getting symptoms that are serious. But the way they count serious symptoms is anything other than hospitalization. So I know folks have gotten pretty sick, but not hospitalized, but that would still get counted as mild symptoms in terms of the record keeping. So that's something to consider. Frankly, I think attendance, since we've been virtual at our meetings on average, has been much higher than when we were in person. Allows for a lot of flexibility for people to attend. You know, we're talking about hybrid. I would need to have understand what more about that. In other words, hybrid for members of the public, but what about council members? Can some council members attend live and some not? That would be a question. I'm very concerned about public health and safety for those who do attend. So in terms of safeguards, are we going to ask for proof of vaccination, but not just that? boosters? How have people been keeping up, with their ability to not get the virus? Again, 30% of people who get infected have long COVID. Again, it's a serious disease. Even people who are asymptomatic are found to still getting long COVID. They didn't even realize it. So yeah, those are some of my concerns. I don't think there is enough proof. And what some member of the public says, what's good enough for the Board of Supervisors? Well, I don't know if that's good for them to start opening their meetings, frankly. So I question the underlying assumption around that. And I think we should just do what's good for, again, safeguarding the general public. And I appreciate what City Manager Nisbet said about this should be a majority decision, and see if we're all comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brownstone. Vice Mayor.
You're muted, Deborah.
Yeah.
I would agree with Councilmember Brownstone completely. I, as a physician, I'm aware of the studies that are ongoing right now that are showing a huge surge in California, and San Mateo County is expected to have an even greater surge. So I'm not interested in exposing the public or myself to anything that is unnecessary. As anxious as I am to get back to in-person meetings, and I did attend an in-person conference this weekend, but I wasn't very comfortable there, and I feel a great deal of unease since I come back. I'm going to be testing to see if I have COVID tomorrow, although I have no symptoms. But if we're talking about any kind of a hybrid meeting, I really don't think when we do go to in-person meetings, I think the council ought to be in person and present, and the public can have the option to be hybrid or in person. I like that option because it seems to have brought out a lot more people to our meetings than we've ever had in the past. So I like a hybrid idea for the public. And I also appreciate Mr. Nisbet's comments about that this has to be agreement between the five of us that we're all comfortable with. So those are my feelings.
Councilmember Rarback.
I agree with the previous two speakers.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Same thing. I do agree. I've heard that recently, the last couple of weeks, students at elementary schools, our schools have tested positive for COVID, and also parents here in our community. So it's something to think about going in-person meetings.
And I will say that I concur with my fellows. I am not persuaded by anything in the mainstream media about, or the federal government or the CDC, that on the one hand they're saying let her rip, and on the other hand they're saying it's over. And I don't believe any of them. And I spend an hour every morning reading all the latest scientific stuff, and the current situation is not good. And it's not going to get better anytime soon. And I don't want to risk the public, and I am not willing to expose myself to long COVID, which is a very, very serious set of conditions. I'm not going there. If I can put off getting COVID, I'm going to put off getting COVID for as long as I can. And I think that's good policy forever. So I'm following the science, I'm looking at the facts, and I am not persuaded that we're in a good place. So I would say, we could set a goal maybe and continue to watch how things develop between now and June 27. But I would say no sooner than that. I think we just need to keep an eye on what's going on. There's now new variants emerging in South Africa, and there's already some evidence of these in this country. So I'm urging caution still. I went to the conference and I wore a mask the whole time, indoors and outdoors. So I think we have to be careful. There's a lot of people who are immunocompromised who are exposed to the rest of us acting very devil-may-care. And I'm just not happy with the situation. So thank you, Bill Balson, for commenting. I agree that, good democracy hinges on, personal contacts. I'm happy to meet with people for coffee outdoors on Main Street or some other location, not like locking myself up. But as far as indoor activities are concerned, I think we want to be on the safe side. And so I'm not ready to actually pick a date. My understanding was staff was working out the details on the technology so that if and when we decide to do it, it's all ready. So I would continue to do that. But I'm not ready either. So I think sounds like we have a agreement here on the subject.
Great feedback. I think we have everything we need, and we'll thumbs down for now, but we'll put it on our watch list as we do when we watch bills. And so we can always reassess in a month, 2 months, whatever the pleasure of the council is.
And I know that staff, city manager, deputy city manager, various department heads, meet with their colleagues and share information about where things are at. And, we network online with the Council of Cities and things. So, we're going to keep posted, and we're not going to delay this past, a time that's reasonable to reengage. So, but for the time being, I'm not persuaded that we're in a safe place. But we do need to take action on this item. So we need a motion and a second to, in accordance with AB 361, re-ratify the findings in resolution number 2021-80 to continue conducting the City Council, Commission, and committee meetings remotely due to health and safety concerns to the public due to COVID-19.
So moved.
Second.
Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Yes.
Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. So we have no ordinances and public hearings for item number 2 this evening. We're moving on to item 3A, which is the Spring Summer Beach Action Plan of 2022. I think this is
Madam Mayor, members of council, I thought John Dowdy was going to kick this off, but Matthew, I see you queued up. Are you going to go first?
No, I believe John will take the lead.
There he is.
Oh, we lost him again.
Oh, no. Matthew, can you queue up the PowerPoint?
Yes, give me 1 second.
It's in the item agenda. Thanks. Sorry. I'll get my other ones queued up better. I promise. So I'll start anyway. So thank you, Mayor, council members. Obviously, it's that time of year as we look at the upcoming late spring and summer coverage for Poplar and all of related beaches. And as we have over the last several years, we gathered staff with the sheriff's office, the city manager's office, maintenance, and overall public works to discuss this. We have presented what looks a lot like, frankly, last year's summer beach action plan. And you can go on to the next one there. And so what we're thinking is that this may be the last time we actually come with this item. We're evaluating that, whether this just is our operating plan and we return with any significant changes and modifications, but we'll see how that goes and kind of move from there. There have been obviously some changes and just from background perspective, 2021, we emerged a bit from the COVID issues and had a more normalized beach activities, I would say. One of the things that we did do at your direction and authorization was to include a new portable at the terminus of Kelly Avenue, and I think that went over really well. We had a few hiccups just in terms of some of the maintenance, but they were minor in nature, and overall heard a very positive response to that. I also point out in the that the council revised the beach rules, and this is important for sort of the last discussion item that we're asking for, is to discuss basically unleashed dogs on city beaches, and particularly potentially Poplar. Also, a couple of things, the Volunteer Coastal Trail Patrol sort of kicked off in 21 and moving into 2022, we're hoping to really have that activate this summer on the trails. And then also kind of a peripheral but still an important issue is the CARES program. And we think there is some element to their involvement and outreach to the community and to even visitors who may be having mental health challenges as they come to the beach and around. Next, please. So I'm not going to go through all of these things, but the bottom line is that we still and will need to continue partnerships and collaborations with many of our partners out there, state parks, highway patrol, Caltrans, the sheriff's office, obviously. We will continue to have challenges with traffic, Highway 192, and in the neighborhoods as well. When we have particularly hot days, weekends, holidays, we are kind of in an odd year because we're sort of post-COVID, but not fully post-COVID, and we just don't know what it's going to mean. And this is really my opinion, but I think that we're going to see continue that weekends are not going to be necessarily where we see all the activity simply because of telecommute and flexible schedules that are out there allow folks to enjoy the beach. And hopefully that might actually even out things a bit. I'm hopeful for that. I think we all are a little bit that we deal with that. And we saw some of that during the COVID, in which weekdays were sometimes almost as busy as weekends. So we shall see, and we will respond accordingly and make adjustments as necessary. Next, please. I'll go on to the next one. So this is back when there, I think. So this looks fairly familiar. Basically, we have sort of this issue, which is kind of focused on getting information material out and also reaching out to the schools to talk about the fact that we expect our youth and our high school youth, particularly reaching graduation time, that they are aware that underage drinking is illegal, that it is dangerous, that there are activities, no fires, all the things that come along with that. So this is something that we've been doing over the last several years. And again, working with the Chamber of Commerce and on getting information out and sharing on their website how people can best approach coming to the coast. And then obviously we need to continue close relationships with the state parks folks, particularly because connections with our beaches, connections with the coastal trail are very, very closely tied together. Next, please. Traffic obviously is one of those significant issues that is just inevitable. We're obviously, you've identified, I think, and we'll talk about that more tonight on your strategic priorities, but traffic and congestion management is seemingly going to be one of those strategic priorities that we're going to look at. Certainly, I think last year we did a much better job working in the sheriff's office in terms of getting the VMS signs out and trying to get people to turn right instead of left only on Highway 1 to find parking and get to Venice Beach in particular. But to utilize those parking lots. And I think there was some success with that last year, as opposed to everybody seemingly turning to the south and heading to Poplar or Kelly to Francis Beach. Again, we will continue to work with the Highway Patrol and work with the sheriff to coordinate and collaborate with them to where they can to deal with this. And we know that there is an interest in looking at trying to control perhaps human control of Highway 1 and 92 intersection, for example. We've heard that on a number of occasions. Don't know if we're going to get there this summer, honestly, but it's on the work program. We're looking at a grant application that could provide some assistance there, as well as looking at better coordinated signals. That's the long and short of sort of where we look at approaching this year. Next, please. Obviously, we know that Google and Waze and other apps, but those two in particular are difficult and challenging, and we continue to try to figure out ways to address this issue, and we will continue to do so. Although I think a lot of cities and communities have been trying to deal with this, but certainly we'll continue to work to try to get folks from necessarily rerouting off into the local streets. Also, again, collaborating on educational materials and visitors materials and all the things that are out there. Next. So we kind of modified this area of enforcement and added the ambassadorship, and you'll see kind of from that point clearly there is a piece of enforcement here that needs to come, and that involves our sheriff's office, particularly dealing with their bicycle beach and trail patrols. They have the Polaris operating, and we will look at beach and night and early morning work there. With that, the Public Works does have a Polaris, and we can provide assistance at times. We do not have it rigged for nighttime investigation work, but we can help, and we have helped out there, and even helped pull the sheriff's Polaris out, I think, at one point when it had a breakdown. So go from there. Next item. I think the key this year is a key change is looking at more of an ambassadorship and ambassadors out there. Obviously, the volunteer bike patrol is a big piece of that, of helping people understand what's going on, giving them information, helping with folks who might have a breakdown of their bike, but might have also scraped their knee or something, and helping them with minor first aid and at least getting folks out there. And then, as I said, and mentioned before, the CARES program we're hoping can also serve as also ambassadors out there and add to the list their patrols to the tourists in the beach areas. So we'll see. We hope that brings success, or we hope that people aren't in need, but we hope if there are folks in need, that CARES is there just to catch them. We have this year all of our special days. Labor Day, Memorial Day are always on a Monday, but Independence Day or 4th of July falls on a Monday. So we get a full 3-day weekend for that. So we will obviously address through patrol and additional patrols. We will also look at putting the signage on the no fireworks and the things that we normally do, and include the changeable copy, the VMS sign on 92 about fireworks, and continue their efforts, particularly in community education. Next. Maintenance, thank you, Council, for unfreezing our last maintenance position, and we have created that as a maintenance assistant. Thank you again for that, and we are recruiting and going to be interviewing, I believe, next week for that position, and that position will be a weekend coverage person, so they will work 5 days a week, but 2 of those days will be the weekend. So that will give us 7-day-a-week coverage, full-time, year-round, and that's very exciting. And we will include our work with our existing staff as well, helping supplement that, and particularly on the holiday weekends. Our Coastal Clean team, Abundant Grace folks, have been extremely helpful in supplementing those efforts. So we will continue with that with your support and the extension of the contract in June. And then obviously last year there were concerns and issues raised about signage, and we continue to look at those, review those, and make sure that they are up to date and readable, legible, and in place. Next. We went through an extensive process and conversation about the restrooms last year from community and the public, concerns about people not using restrooms, and I won't go into great detail with that. We will again install the additional portables at Poplar Beach. Those are getting ready to come out and surface those daily. And as I mentioned, we are looking to continue with the portable at the terminus of Kelly Avenue to address those. Next. And just a reminder, there was this study done, and there's the 51 next. Continuing on to the south, basically the 51 restrooms out there, including ours. Exciting. I think the Harbor District is moving forward with the Surfers Beach project, as I understand. And I am unclear about where exactly the state parks is, but they were had a grant and they were looking at rehabbing some of their Venice Beach restrooms. So those may be coming online this summer. We will confirm and do it. So we may be in better shape than even this study. So thank you. Next. Litter management is an ongoing challenge. I think the staff and the community and Abundant Grace and everybody has done the best they can, and we'll continue our efforts. Next. And this includes the dumpsters, and I want to thank some members of the community and planning commissioner in particular who acknowledged that this shift to the larger dumpsters as opposed to the smaller receptacles has been a positive, despite some concerns and reservations. So I appreciate that. I think we've heard that from others, and it seems to, again, be the best thing that we can do. We will also bring out the dump truck where necessary on these larger, bigger weekends, particularly the holiday weekends when we're expecting a large number of folks, that people can use that as well to dump. And next. And you obviously last meeting approved the new permanent receptacles on Main Street. So that's exciting. And, you know, as we look at litter management, it extends from the beaches into the downtown and all around. So we have to continue to look at that, and we will have the rollout carts as well and continue those efforts around in the community. And again, we are coming back with a contract for Coastal Clean team to continue work in the Poplar and Kelly neighborhoods, Alsace areas, to continue their cleaning efforts during the week, and as well as on the beaches other times of the week as well. Thanks. Next. So the last item that we wanted to raise based on community input and request was to at least kick off a conversation about looking at how we address and how we allow dogs at Poplar Beach. I think this would not be a surprise or a secret. A lot of folks allow their dogs off leash at Poplar Beach, which is currently against the municipal code. Part of this issue is just trying to perhaps legalize what is already for many people what they do. The other piece of this is the idea of perhaps focusing the dog areas in one particular area and allowing folks who don't have dogs or wish to have dogs around sort of the peace and quiet of that area, perhaps on Poplar Beach. And to remind you that the municipal code you adopted recently for the beach rules does not require an actual amendment to the municipal code. It allows the council to authorize off-leash areas by a resolution, meaning a majority of the council can authorize. And that could be considered either a permanent or a pilot project. So we can look at this in either way, I think. So tonight, we are seeking guidance from the council on whether to prioritize this effort and return to City Council with sort of a plan and perhaps a resolution for consideration. And if you go to the next item, I'll just sort of lay out the concept that we've been noodling around. And again, nothing written in stone. But our conceptual idea is that you would take the Poplar Beach access point there from the parking lot at Poplar, drop that down and look at basically perhaps a no dog zone heading north toward Francis State Beach. Francis State Beach, for example, does not allow dogs to State Beach. So it's sort of just an extension of not allowing dogs. And to the south, you would allow the dogs both leashed or unleashed in that area. So folks would know there'd be signage. We'd obviously be looking at having the dog mutt bags and things of that nature to allow for the cleanups and encourage that and work with folks to deal with that. So that's just conceptually what some of us and staff have been talking about and considering, and kind of throw it out there is this is one idea. Certainly there are many that I'm sure that could come around. So we are looking if we could get some input as to whether that makes any sense, and also whether to proceed toward looking at that. I apologize. Closing the door. Again, this is an iterative process. We will evaluate our options, respond to issues, changes, and work the best we can. We want to just also remind our residents that visitors are coming. They will come. They will be in your neighborhood. They will park there. We hope that they will be nice. They will be neighborly. Obviously, we expect folks that come over here to behave appropriately as well. So hopefully there's equal trade-off in that. And I think it goes without saying that those non-residents who do come and visit and stay here contribute significantly financially to the benefits and the community that you live in. And so there is a trade-off to having those folks come here. Next. So tonight we've outlined sort of the 2022 beach action plan, and we're asking for your approval of that. And secondly, which I didn't identify here, is just some feedback as to whether we should proceed toward looking at perhaps creating an off-leash dog area at Poplar was where we've been focused, but it could be elsewhere if that's a suggestion that comes along. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Matthew, did you have anything to contribute to this discussion?
No, I think John did a really great job of summarizing the work that's happened in the past, and the few new additions that we're looking at this year. I will say one of the things we've talked about is we've done this report now John's done this report now for the last 3 or 4 years. I think it's a really good way to communicate with the community about what we're doing. But in the future, unless there's major changes or new ideas that we're bringing forward, it may make sense to maybe create a website, web page or something else rather than taking time at a meeting like this to do it. So just putting that out there as well. John spends countless hours putting that staff report together, and we just appreciate him taking the lead on that.
And I will just add that our captain, Andrew Armando, is here tonight. This will be his first summer, but he is part of the team now, and he is ready to go, and he is here. You can see him, and so if you have any questions or comments for him, he's ready as well.
So let's start with clarifying questions from council members to staff. Does that fit your goal here with your hand being raised, Robert? Do you have questions? Go for it.
Yeah, John, I have one clarifying question. So on the map that you showed, to the right was no dogs, right, on Poplar, and then to the left would be leashed and unleashed, correct?
Yes, that was the concept.
So my question is, what, if you were to estimate in terms of Poplar Beach itself, what percentage of the beach are we saying no dogs? Because to me, it looks like, is that a quarter of Poplar Beach and then 3/4 would be dogs permitted? Is that somewhat?
So your great observation, and I apologize. We were, to get a better view of that, we pulled back from the picture, and you're not seeing all the way to Kelly Avenue, which is where Poplar. So you're only to the north, seeing about 1/3 of Poplar Beach there to the north, which then connects into into Francis. So that's just a portion of it. What I took was basically equidistance from Seymour Ditch, the outfall point there, and basically just gave you to the south, and gave you an equidistance to the north as well. But that is grossly understated in terms of the amount to the north left that is Poplar Beach all the way to Francis Beach.
If you look at this slide here, you can see it. It's probably more like 2080 would be my guess, going south on Poplar, which would be the unleashed area. And then most of Poplar would be off limits to dogs. And you know, one of the factors that plays into this is horseback riding. And we know the horses tend to enter, they're supposed to enter Poplar from what we call the slot, which is about 3/4 of the way north, closer to Kelly Avenue. And that's where the horses enter. And we have found that horses and off-leash dogs are completely incompatible. And so this is a way to create a safe area for the horses and an area where people could let their dogs off leash. Also remind you, last year we piloted the beach volleyball courts at the north end of the beach as well, right adjacent to Kelly State Beach. We're in the process of getting the permit in place to do that again this year. And it just creates another area that wouldn't be compatible with dogs, and recognizing that a lot of people, no matter what part of the beach they're on, would do it unleashed. And so if we could give a legal space for people to do it unleashed, it really separates the different types of uses, people who want to go to the beach and not participate with dogs versus those with dogs that tend to want to be off leash. And I think it makes enforcement easier as well. If you're up on the cliffs and you see someone with a dog, you may be able to tell or not if they're on or off leash. And by the time you get down there, they could have released. It's quite a trek to get down to the beach, as you know. By having an off-leash area and then an off-limits area, I think that also makes enforcement easier for that area that there are not supposed to be dogs.
So, council member, if I to your original question, if you look, it's roughly if you look, you can see Grove Street and Filbert Street on this sample. One street down, right there is the Seymour. You see where the trees are, the tree line. That's Seymour. Basically, what my drawing showed was to basically Filbert or thereabouts on the north side. So you can see how much more all the way to Kelly Avenue is Poplar that would be available for those not wishing to have dogs around. So it's a significant portion of the beach allowable. And at some point to the south, it really seems to not be seen as Poplar Beach. And it's really sort of a connection with Redondo Beach more than it is Poplar Beach. But the limits to the south are something that we can also talk about. And if there is a desire to limit that, although I would say my experience is a lot of folks are running off leash pretty far south down toward Redondo as well, and that probably not harming too many folks and bothering too many people.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rohrabaugh.
John, could you say a word or two about keeping the parking lot open at night? There's been some public outcry about trying to go back to the way it used to be where it was locked at night. And you didn't mention it either way, and I think you ought to explain.
Sorry.
All right.
Just 1 second.
I'll take that question while John's preoccupied. So yes,
sorry, I just ago. Dog issue.
I'm taking it, John. No big deal. We fill in for each other here. So yeah, I think 1 year ago or 2 years ago, we tried at first, call it a pilot, of moving to leaving the gate open at Poplar at night instead of closed. We were receiving many complaints from people in that neighborhood about people parking in the neighborhood late at night, noise, garbage, other complaints, going to their cars, leaving the beach at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. And so we determined, hey, what if we left it open? I mean, the beaches are required to be open 24 hours a day anyway. So maybe this would actually give relief to the neighborhoods and be better. Our experience is that by and large has been a successful move. So we support it as staff. We think it's better. It's not perfect, but it's better than where we were before. And that's based on a lot of observations and anecdotes of the kind of complaints we get. So our recommendation is to keep the gate open, and that still allows I think it allows the sheriff a better opportunity to do enforcement when they need to.
And just a reminder that the parking lot still is closed overnight, technically, and it does provide, I think, the sheriff's office a lot easier kind of enforcement to watch and see what happens in that parking lot after nighttime. But it also funnels them to a spot and allows them to sort of retain and round them up there, I guess, and pull the gate closed if they need to on a large event. So I think we think that there are benefits. I think Captain Armando has agreed with that. So Captain Lopez was of that same mind. And I think every time we talk to a neighbor who may have moved in or may not be aware of the issue, as Bob said, they get it and they see the benefits of not having dirty diapers, garbage, drinking bottles all over their lawn. They'd prefer to have it probably at the parking lot at Poplar if they have to have it anywhere, and that's the realities of the beach.
Thanks for the clarification.
Anyone else have a question before going to public comment? John, did you have something to add there?
Well, I saw Councilmember Jimenez had his hand up one time.
Okay, sorry about that.
He answered it.
It was the same question that Councilmember Brownson had about the dogs.
All right.
The division.
Okay. All right. So do we have hands raised, Jessica?
I have no hands raised so far. If anyone in the public would like to speak on this item, please use the raise your hand feature. don't believe we have any public comments, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So bring it back to the council. I know that there were some people who had complaints over this past weekend who were intending to join the meeting, so they might find at some point in our discussion. I think we can start. And I think maybe it'd be easiest in terms of focus to deal with the dog issue first before the rest of the action plan. Councilmember Jimenez.
I'll go first. that was my concern about dogs and horses, on the beach. I was there on Sunday, wrote down Sunday, and one of the dogs, there was several dogs off leash, but only one dog went after my horse. And when I went to the couple that had the dog, to let them know there was an ordinance about keeping the dog on a leash, they were not very happy. They became wordy, even to use of foul language, towards me and yes, other things. So it's concerning. It is not the first time. Not about the foul language. It was the first time about the foul language, but it was the first time that dogs have gone after horses, and I've seen it. We had the incident a few months back, with some of the Seahorse Ranch. Some of the horses were attacked by dogs, and I believe a young person fell off the horse. So that is a concern. As long as the dogs are well trained to be around horses, I don't have no problem with dogs being allowed to be off leash, but the owners have to be responsible for what happens. In this case, like I said, anybody else who I asked to put the dog on the leash, they comply. There were no problems, except for that one couple. I don't think they were local. I don't think they were from the area. But it's just, if we don't enforce it, there has to be some way of enforcing it. Signage, maybe with the Pilates, once in a while, take a ride on the beach, make sure there's no alcohol, make sure there's dogs have to be on leash where they have to be on a leash, or dogs are where they're actually allowed to be there. So that's just a concern.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Rohrabaugh.
I like this idea. I think separating the areas where the horses go and where the dogs would be allowed off leash makes a lot of sense. I think we really do need more areas where dogs sensibly can be off leash. As a dog owner, I can tell you it's really good for the dogs. It's good for their owners. And I think this is a sensible compromise, and I like it. Thanks.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yeah, I think we should really set this up as a pilot and see what happens, over 30, 60 days, however we set it up. See how enforcement goes, how difficult or easy, and cleanup, etc. All those issues that make it, because Poplar Beach is one of our main tourist attractions, and it's our city beach. And so as things get busy, I think it's important to figure out, what are going to be our guidelines that say it's successful or not. I'm also interested to hear maybe from Catherine about, who's liable since it's a city beach? When dogs are unleashed and let's say someone gets bitten or someone falls off a horse, if the dog, the example that Joaquin just brought up, where is our liability if we start opening up the beaches for unleashed dogs? I just want to make sure that we're clear also, in those guidelines and parameters.
Yeah, I can respond to that. And we've had a few, dog bite incidents that have happened not on city beaches, but on other in other areas of the city. Fortunately, those, the injuries were not bad in those cases, and the the matter was actually more about more of an animal control matter, where the city was involved in its capacity, sort of an animal control. If there were a claim filed against the city due to an injury that took place on public property, we would process that claim like we do with other claims involving, fender bender. Sometimes there's allegations about city property being unfit, and so we do get claims when there are accidents and that kind of thing. We do have insurance. We're self-insured under a plan, JPA, that provides coverage. But at the same time, the city does have a deductible. And so it's not like, we are fully covered. There is typically about a $50,000 deductible when these kinds of matters go to litigation.
So I think it would be great to run it by JPA, that we're changing a policy. And then at what point, if a number of incidents happen, then we have notification that we've started a new policy of allowing more unleashed dogs. And then if more incidents, what do they expect?
Right, we can check with them.
How do they view it? Because they must have similar situations, how they look at it. I think that would help us set up a good, policy around that.
Our conversations around the golf course and other issues have been very much focused with the JPA on signage, and more signage in terms of alerting folks to that point. So this would be a very critical piece to the effort, I assure you, too.
Great, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, I like the idea of having an area for dogs to be unleashed on the beach. I think it's great. I think there are too few places in the city where dogs can be off leash, and I think for the health of the animals, it's important that they run free. I'm wondering if we have looked at another area for the dogs other than Poplar or Francis. I know the city has a third beach, and I'm not sure exactly where it is, but is it somewhere near Redondo Beach Road? I'm not sure.
I think you're probably referring to the beach off of Miramontes Point Road down.
Okay, maybe that's it. Yeah.
It's a very, we certainly, that's one of those areas that could be considered, although it is a somewhat remote, in that regard, limited parking, a lot of reasons why that may not be the best scenario, but we can certainly look at it as if you ask us to go back and evaluate it, and we can get a little more into that detail.
I think it's too small. That one's pretty small too.
It's a very limited area because of usually regular high tides come up and block off access along and near the Ritz-Carlton. So while the beach may be there at low tide, it is non-existent much of the year with high tide. So it's a very, very small area for beach, and it would be also very hard to distinguish and separate the two because you come down the stairs and you're right there, and so there's really nowhere to go reasonably north and south in that regard. So again, I think we can evaluate it, look at it, come back if you ask us to look at a pilot project. But
yeah, one of the things that I'm thinking is, we are trying to get people to use other beaches besides Poplar and Francis. We're trying to get people to spread out and spread out the parking and spread out the traffic and spread out the number of folks and the amount of trash. And I'm wondering if we couldn't look at another area. Maybe is there another access point south of the Poplar Street to get to the beach before you get to the Ritz?
Not at this point. There's the plan with the with the Coastside Land Trust and having 2 access points down at Redondo Beach. People do shimmy down the way. Let me just convey a thought. too. I think we're looking at this being non-residents coming with their dogs and going off leash. And what we find is a large number of our residents who regularly use Poplar and out there are coming down to the beach and coming and going leash free today and currently. And I think I just want to be clear as we look at it that this really, I'm not sure that we really see this as being a visitor friendly issue. It's really more of I look at it more of a local's benefit to deal with it. There's obviously some folks do travel with their dog and come over, but this is really for us, at least for myself, there's a major benefit to those living in Half Moon Bay that want a place to go off leash and already tend to go there off leash today.
And I would add, at Redondo, the access at Redondo is informal at best, as John described, and we've talked about that before. Coastside Land Trust would not be happy with us if we made that our quote unquote access to a dog-friendly beach. People already go there, and it is an area where they go off leash right now. That's happening. But to formalize that, because the parking lot already has numerous challenges, I would say, yeah, Coastside Land Trust would not support that idea. So that would be the worry there.
Okay, so I don't support
thank you.
it at all. I'm against it. I don't think that people will abide by any artificial barrier, dog this way, no dog that way. People are not using their leashes now. My preference is to enforce our leash laws. And if you want to have a dog park down by the beach up top, where they're not going to go to the bathroom, that's a controlled area. I can support that. I can't support encouraging dogs off leash on the beach. I'd rather discourage it. And I think even if you're not enforcing by having signs that say it's not allowed, you're keeping it down. And I certainly wouldn't want it to get out to the community visitors from over the hill that they can bring their dog and run it on the beach. All of a sudden it's like dog beach, just like the problems they've had in San Diego County. So we're not enforcing what we have now. We're not going to enforce it in the future unless we pay for more staff, to do that. I think it's not an idea I can support. I can support a dog park. You want to put something up by the dump, I'm okay with that, but I'm not okay with encouraging off-leash dogs on the beach, which should be for, passive enjoyment for families and individuals. The people, we have an ordinance that says professional dog walkers have to pay, a license fee and keep their dogs on leash. And I go out there almost every day in Wave Crest, and the dog walkers might have one dog on a leash and then 4 around. It's just, we're not enforcing the laws we have. And I'm just not willing to exacerbate the problem by encouraging off-leash dogs. A place that's other than a contained dog park. I'm not supporting this pilot or otherwise. And I love dogs. I've had dogs, but I'm not going to support them.
Mayor, I don't know if you noticed, but Councilmember Brownstone's had his hand up.
Yes, I hadn't had my turn yet, so.
Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure because the hand's the same color as the sunset in the background, so.
Right. No, Councilmember Brownstone went first, so I just did the rotation, and he's welcome to comment again. Councilmember Brownstone.
Well, I wanted to make a comment about something else I didn't have process-wise. Did you want to first deal with the dog park issue and vote on that? And then I had some questions about the rest of the, spring summer beach action.
I'm trying to break it up into digestible pieces, so I thought we would start with direction on the dog issue.
Got it. So do we need to take a vote on whether or not we want to have the dog pilot or not? Or
Yeah, so I'm willing to entertain a motion on whatever, dog pilot, permanent program, what have you. We can move that along and get to the meat of the action plan.
I move that we adopt the pilot program that Public Works has proposed to have off-leash dog area on Poplar Beach, and to be evaluated in the not too distant future as to its success.
How specific, though, is the pilot timing, Harvey?
6 months.
Is there a second? Or an alternative motion?
I move that we not do this. I tend to agree with the mayor. I don't think we're great at enforcing the leash laws as they are. I think it can cause a lot of problems. I'd rather see some more dog parks. So yeah, I would support it right now.
Okay, so reminder, we have a motion in favor of a pilot. And Harvey, did you amend your motion for a 6-month pilot? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're still waiting on a second. I don't hear a second. Robert, is yours a motion, or are you holding for now?
Yeah, I move that we not move forward with the dog park plan on the beach for now.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to not move forward in the second. Could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivett?
No.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Yes.
Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Motion carries.
So, maybe there's a way to accommodate this issue of residents with dogs. I know that I've heard from people who would like a dog park to separate out big dogs and little dogs. Maybe there's a space down by the beach to do that. That's separate from actually being on the beach. If there's a bluff top site.
Mayor,
consideration is being included in the Smith Field plan to do a better job on the one that's currently there.
We are looking at that, and I think for some time we have within the community discussed the conceptually looking at talking to the county about opening up a larger area and perhaps a larger fenced, dog park on top of the old landfill. So I think that's something that we can certainly start to talk about at some point in the not too distant future.
Okay. So let's move back to the not to the climate action plan, to the beach action plan, which I have to say is very comprehensive. And I have to say that we have come a long way in the last 3 years in dealing with our beach and beach-related traffic issues. So I think that a lot of progress has been made. But council members, we read the plan. You can still ask clarifying questions now, or make recommendations for changes you'd like to see, or a motion to. I have some comments, but I'll reserve mine. I see Councilmember Brownstone has his hand raised.
Yeah, I just had a recommendation for staff. It's regarding the Polaris vehicles. And what I understand is, we own one, we bought it, Sheriff's Department bought the other one. So a couple of recommendations. I'm assuming it's not too cost prohibitive to get our Polaris also rigged for night vision? Because I remember sometimes, one of them broke down, and I think it would be great to have both of them, rigged for night vision in case one's not available or broken down. So I'd like to explore that. Also, I'd like staff to explore with Captain Armando in terms of, let's say, making sure, coming up with a plan for how often at night we have the Polaris, run on the beach to, check things out. Should it happen twice a night on Fridays and Saturdays as we start moving, into school is out and weather gets warmer, but really consult, with Captain Armando, what the sheriff thinks would work best. And then if that involves some extra cost for staffing that Polaris with the sheriff, some extra staff hours, figure out what that is and come up with a plan. Because I think folks in the neighborhood and, people at night in the area would appreciate, knowing that we have some more set planning around that, rather just leaving it out there and making sure we've got 2 operable vehicles that are rigged for night vision would be terrific in my opinion. So yeah, I would like to direct staff to at least explore those possibilities. Thanks.
Interesting idea. Interesting idea, Robert. Yes.
Can we hear from Captain Armando?
Good idea. Captain.
Of course. So as city staff explained, a really way of helping this out is obviously utilizing the parking lot. If we're able to see that vehicles are there, we'll have a better idea if we have to do enforcement. So one of the things starting pretty quickly will be regular passing checks with the deputies and sergeants working in that area. Also, I'm very sympathetic to spending city money. I don't want to waste money. So what we're going to be utilizing is the drones to do some sweeps of the beach and the parking lots also, as a quick look. We also don't want to drive the Polaris there and beat up the beach and, get it stuck and all these other things. So we're going to be really cognizant of using technology or easier ways to minimize costs, as well as, make sure that we are enforcing that area and making sure that the public's safe.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Robert, do you have other comments about the plan?
No, that sounds great. Are the drones equipped for night, also evening, or?
Yes, and they have heat, the FLIR sensors as well. So
yeah, no, that sounds terrific.
And the one thing that can be done with the Polaris, and I can certainly work with the city staff as well, is we have these kind of headlamp or spotlight night vision things that are small and pretty easy to affix. So I can also work to get those 2 Polarises outfitted with that.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you for your input.
Of course.
Thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Council members, who'd like to go next? Councilmember Jimenez.
Excuse me. It's about traffic. I see that, I've mentioned about the working with the county and Caltrans about access to 84, Highway 84, if that might help, alleviate traffic out of Half Moon Bay, if working with maybe Google Maps or other programs that can actually show how much time will it take, to move out of Half Moon Bay. Even if you drive south from Half Moon Bay to 84, that's a 10-minute drive, and then go east on 84. That I just drove it not too long ago, and it looks, like La Honda might even get a benefit out of that. Maybe more merchants, more businesses in La Honda, up on Skyline, 35 and 84, and the road is great. It's great to drive. I drive a big rig, and even then it was easy for me to to maneuver around those turns. So maybe adding that to the traffic plan, the access to 84.
Mayor, if I
please.
I think we all agree with that idea that trying to move folks in different ways. We did that with the Pumpkin Festival of most recent, and forced people to head south and to use 84. It is a beautiful drive, and my wife and I saved a lot of time going that way after the Pumpkin Festival. So part of our work on our website was also encouraging folks to visit the state beaches to the south, which obviously sort of leads them also down toward the 84 option, or frankly, even in the Santa Cruz if they're so inclined. So we can continue to do that. We can expand that effort. I don't know, how to get Waze other than the fact that when it's shorter time, Waze will direct people there. We don't have much control over Alphabet and Google when it comes to that, but certainly we can make it more known, and we can also look at the VMS signs to perhaps encourage folks to look at heading south, as well as heading to, toward Venice Beach. So we can look at those options out there. So we will take that to heart.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I know that waiting behind, long before the Miramontes Point signal, if people who didn't know better could take 84, that would be great. Vice Mayor.
Yes, this may not be the appropriate time to bring this up, but with the idea of cleanup on our coastal trail and our beaches, I just don't want us to underutilize the coastside cleanup team. I've spoken to Eric many times, and he is always willing to expand his program. He has folks that are chomping at the bit to work. And the cost of that program is a lot less than hiring another maintenance worker, although I'm glad we're hiring the one we are. I'm not saying anything about that. I think that's great. But in addition to that, I think we ought to be looking at them and trying to find ways to use them. There's certainly going to be enough trash on the beaches, despite our cleanup plans. And anything we can do to minimize that, I think is a good thing.
We agree.
Councilmember Rarbach, you haven't weighed in yet. Would you like to say more?
No, I think it's a sensible plan. Traffic is always a problem, and I've been hearing that for 25 years now. I wish it wasn't a problem, but it will be a problem. I'm glad that we're trying to divert some of the beachgoers north. That makes a lot of sense, but I'm in favor of what the city is doing with this plan.
Good. There was an incident this weekend. I want to address it because the person who initially raised the complaint apparently is not in attendance tonight. But so we had an issue at Poplar Beach of a party, as usual. But there were tents on the beach overnight and fires, which at least one neighbor, complained about. And I'm glad Captain Armando is here because citizens said they complained to the sheriff's office, but the response this time, and I think previous times too, is like, if they don't, for instance, if somebody were to complain about a on the beach, and fires are dangerous right now because of the drought and the dry vegetation. So someone complains, and then they hear from the sheriff that, well, they can't do anything about it unless they actually see a person, start the fire. Or whether, I don't know what it is, any activity on the beach that's a problem. They've heard from the sheriff's office that if they don't actually see the person doing it, they won't intervene and stop the activity. In other words, they won't tell them about the fire or put out the fire and tell people to leave, or pack up your tents. The beach is closed overnight. So I'd like to hear from the captain. The policy enforcing nuisance activities on the beach at night, like fires and camping and stuff like that. Because if we need to clarify our ordinances and our prohibitions on things to help the sheriff's office do a better job at eliminating those nuisances, then we need to do that. So I'm trying to get a handle on how we can get enforcement against nuisance activities on the beach at night.
Yeah, so I would probably need a little bit more information. It's very hard for me because with that, was it a dispatcher? Because a lot of times the dispatchers are providing a service with information, related to the whole county, and sometimes they might provide some information that's not quite accurate for Half Moon Bay. If it was a deputy, I certainly would have some concerns with them saying they're not going to, take that work on. So, that's something I certainly will look into. But as, a beach of our jurisdiction, we're going to, of course, follow safety procedures. Fires on the beach are certainly late at night and stuff aren't really safe. And typically they're involving, large groups of kids, and that kind of behavior, manifests in a lot of other issues.
And I would agree. I think our laws are clear. Fires are not allowed. Camping is not allowed. There is a fine line, though. I've never heard the one about starting the fire, but there is a fine line between someone sleeping on the beach and being on the beach. And of course, they're open 24/7, but camping is not allowed. But if a person's not actually caught sleeping, what do you do? But I think point well taken, and we will get with Andrew and use this example to make sure that this is part of our enforcement plan. Madam Mayor, you're muted. Yep.
So if there are things going on that are clearly prohibited by our ordinances, we want them enforced. If it's a fire, we want the fire put out and people, told to leave. If they're down there at 3 a.m. and there's tents and people are sleeping, we need to enforce it. So I just want to make sure that both sides of this relationship are clear on what we want enforced, what's prohibited, and what we want enforced, how we want it enforced, kind of a thing. So that, we don't have those problems, because the beach is fairly close to a residential neighborhood, and there's going to be conflicts. So we just want to make sure we're both on the same page, I think. I'm pointing fingers or filing my own complaints here, but I just want us to make sure that we're on the same page. I think everything we're doing is great. I love the idea of the sheriff bike patrols and the ski patrol group. I think that is, just great, and still happy with Abundant Grace. I do want to talk about traffic, though. Again, I agree, traffic will be with us forever, but we have to deal with 92 and 1 and people blocking the intersection. Now, my understanding is there's signage there. I don't think we have a fine for $500 if you're blocking the intersection. But, I think we want to spend whatever resources are necessary to make sure that we're policing that intersection on the weekends, not just holiday weekends, but, weekends. It doesn't matter anymore whether it's holiday weekend, non-holiday weekend, fog, no fog. It seems like, it's an issue. I do think it's not as bad as it was based on my experience, but, we want to make sure that that's a critical enforcement point. And I'm still concerned about no right turns from Main Street eastbound 92 during on the weekend during 2 to 7 or whatever it is. I'm just hearing so many complaints from people who live in the downtown area and businesses about, the traffic backups on Main Street on Saturday and Sunday afternoons. And, can go all the way to, the junction of South Main Street and 1. And cars are idling and then they're going down the residential streets and finding that that's no faster. So I don't know if there's a solution to that problem, but it is a major nuisance for downtown businesses and people during those hours. I don't know how we deal with that. But I wanted to get it out there. I had a conversation with the city manager about it fairly recently, but we might want to review that. I don't know if we have any data collected since we put the sign up about what happens, and I don't know if we could just keep green on eastbound 92 for a couple of hours during these days and just force people from Main Street on the 92 and keep them going. But the Main Street backup is an ongoing problem.
We can certainly evaluate it and reevaluate it. There were not necessarily official warrants for that, so it's a pretty easy action. I'm going to just say the obvious. It's probably not going to make a much difference. It's 92 is jammed up because it constricts down to 1 lane heading back over the hill pretty quickly there. And so if you had green all the time, then no one would get off the intersection Highway 1 and 92 because everybody would just go to Main Street and bypass around and go take the green. So I appreciate the comments. I appreciate the questions. I appreciate the community's concerns and issues. I don't think you'll notice an iota of difference and maybe worse by doing that, because at least Waze and the other Google Maps and everything acknowledge that that is there, and we can continue to make sure they know it's there, and those restrictions, hopefully they route them away from that. But people know what the issue is, and they break the law all the time making the right turn. We know that. I've had people screaming at me about they got a ticket too from the sheriff's office because they turned right. I wanted to say there is the sign about do not block the intersection and deal with that, and it does have a fine attached to it. Unfortunately, because of the Caltrans regulations and their control point, that sign unfortunately is way back in the intersection and relatively small, but it is what they would permit and allow in the location. So keep in mind, and for the community as well, as Caltrans controls those intersections, they control the signals, they control all of the activities there. All we can do is ask for their assistance and ask for their willingness to make changes, but all of the changes and any changes we have to do has to comply with their sometimes challenging regulations, like the size of this sign, the location of the sign being way back from the intersection where you don't even see it if you're kind of in that deal. So that's the challenge. We continue to move forward, and I know that the sheriff's office has done enforcement, also working with the CHP to do enforcement out there. But their comments have been a pretty common theme over the last several years. When they do enforcement, it slows things down in that intersection. So it's a double-edged sword because you're stopping people and you have actions. So you know it's a difficult issue. And we'll continue to work and figure out what, if there are solutions.
Back to the 92 and 1. So, we've talked previously about the possibility of just parking a cruiser, that intersection, like over by the gas station or something. But maybe a digital message sign, that sort of calls attention to itself. Maybe we just get a surplus cruiser and we just drag out every week and park without hiring
we have spoken to Captain Armando about that. We're certainly looking at that even at other areas. maybe like Poplar Beach, but of using that. So I think that's something we can look at. Again, state highway gets a little more of an issue, private properties, but I think all things are possible. And we can look at it and deal with it. And certainly we'll continue to work with Captain Armando and everybody to see what we can do. We share the concerns and frustrations, and we know you get bombarded with the constituent calls.
Sure. No, and I'm not. I don't.
Not you, the council.
I don't want to browbeat people over this, but just putting attention to it, and maybe the digital sign thing is a good way to handle some of this stuff that's only available on the weekends. But
sure.
Then we want to be, I think, careful about enforcing, like motorized vehicles on the coastal trail, especially in the vicinity of the beaches, like no scooters. Motorized scooters and things. I know where e-bikes are fine. We don't like the high energy e-bikes, the really fast ones, but we just want to be on the lookout because those can be dangerous when there's a lot of people using the trail.
Actually, that's something John in Public Works is still working on. So we're not quite where you think we are, but that is something that John is working on to allow e-bikes.
We're planning. I'm actually planning on the 17th to come back for a study session with the council to talk about the e-bikes particularly, but we can talk about everything motorized.
Yeah, and I raise it in the beach action plan because, again, when there's large groups of people congregating, then those motorized vehicles become more of a problem than they would be ordinarily. So, I think that's all I got. But I want to go back to what I said at the beginning, and I really appreciate the work that staff has put into this plan over the last 3 years. It's really evolved, and I think you've knocked yourselves out to be, sensitive to the public's concerns. And I agree that we've been discovered. We're probably going to continue to have these issues, and we just have to learn from our experience and adapt. So thank you to staff. Looking back, we've come a long way. So we do need, a motion to approve the action plan.
I move that we approve the proposed action plan for enhanced management, enforcement, and litter controls for certain beaches and access points within the city limits, including Poplar Beach Park, during the spring and summer of 2022.
Second.
Just a point of clarification, was there public comment on this item? I see it.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Raised.
We had asked for it previously, but
actually we do have a hand raised now. Maybe we should take that public comment. Jessica, could you ask Joe if he wants to comment on this item?
Yes, Joe McDermott, are you commenting on this item?
Joe, you're muted.
Joe?
5, 4. Well, there's Rick Hernandez too. Why don't we take Rick and then we can go back to Joe.
Rick?
Hello. Hi, this is Rick Hernandez. I am a citizen here in Half Moon Bay, a planning commissioner, but I am speaking on my own behalf. And I just want to say thank you for putting together such a comprehensive plan. And I really want to call out John Dowdy and Public Works for the amazing job they did last summer fixing the trash issues. I will admit I was a skeptic on the approach that was being taken. It was wildly successful. I echo Council Member Penrose's view that taking advantage of the programs we already have with Coastside Hope and others, that was wildly successful. And it's nice to see people actively picking up trash because other people who aren't part of that program also pick up trash, and kids learn to do this behavior. They're modeling other people's good behavior. So I think it's a wonderful thing to do and to continue doing. And more of it. I think anything we can do to keep building on the success we've had makes it really much better for us as a community, and the complaints on Nextdoor are way down. I also want to call out the fixes they made to the parking meters. Big improvements. Wait times are way down. I rarely see more than 2 or 3 people waiting, even during busy hours now. And then the lines just move along much, much faster than they did a year and a half ago. So again, kudos to all the hard work that's happened. I am always alarmed by often alarmed by the bikes that are zipping by me on the trail. Some of them are going way too fast. I feel like a geezer, but I mean, I'm running along the coastal trail. I don't mind most people on mountain are on sort of regular bikes, but when you have the e-bikes, you have a combination of the bikes going fast and the people may not be so well in control of the vehicles as they're moving. So I'd be careful about maybe putting a speed limit or doing something to just govern the velocity of the vehicles that are moving next to the people who are pedestrians. And then you have dogs there as well, which can be problematic with bikes in any case if they're not going fast. And would love to see some work on 92 and Highway 1. I loved the idea that was brought up of changeable messaging signs as you come into Half Moon Bay that say, whatever it is, $300, $400 fine for blocking an intersection, you know, just so people aren't, you know, they sort of temper those impulses to do stupid things as people are wont to do. So again, just think you've done a lot of great things. Just keep building on the success you've put in place, and, you know, looking forward to what's hopefully a good summer here in Half Moon Bay.
Thanks, Rick. No other comments, Mayor.
Did we lose Joe McDermott?
We did.
Okay. All right.
So like a roll call on the motion?
Yes, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rohraback?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Yes.
Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I know we've had some folks waiting to make the presentation on the next item, but I'd like to call for a 5-minute break. Returning at around 9:15, 9:16, okay? please. Okay. And Kellex, do you have another presentation scheduled about the expansion?
Yeah, and I'm going to say, is my audio really bad? I have big feedback on mine. Yeah, I'm going to say very little about the RCD tonight because I know I'll be back in the future talking about that.
Hello.
Welcome back, everybody. Just a few more here. There's the Vice Mayor. I think everybody's back. Jessica, are you back? I'll introduce this item. This item is 3B, and to hear a presentation on carbon farming, local solutions for climate change. And we have two speakers this evening. We have Kellex Nelson, who's the director of our local resource conservation district, and Andrea Arco. Did I pronounce your first name correctly? Okay, also from the San Mateo RCD. So I would say go for it.
Great, thank you. I'm going to share my screen if that's all right. I believe I have the ability to do that. And it's good to be with you all this evening. Can you all see that? Working on it?
Perfect.
Great, thanks. So yes, we, after talking with Councilmember Jimenez and Mayor Ruddock, we wanted to follow up on some recent conversation that you had about soil health and talk a little bit about what's happening locally to implement some of what you heard about. So very briefly, because at some point in the near future, I'm going to be back talking with you about the Resource Conservation District. Just for those who aren't super familiar, we're a special district whose office is in Half Moon Bay. We serve as a local hub for conservation. We're also the host to the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Natural Resources Conservation Service. And our motto basically is to help people help the land. And we've been doing that since 1939. I love, love, love this old photo and like to throw it into all of our presentations. And you'll see that our roots, literally and figuratively, are in soil, in that we were formed as the Soil Conservation District as an outgrowth of the Dust Bowl crisis in the 1930s. We provide comprehensive integrated services to our community for the best management of natural resources. These are our focal areas. I'm going to talk with you today specifically about climate and then a subset of climate, not about adaptation, but really about mitigation, which is how we're trying to reverse climate change. So meeting the state's very bold goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to 40% below 1990 levels by 2030 and reaching zero emissions by 2045. We recognize that this is going to require some truly proactive and innovative solutions from all sectors, including agriculture. And although as much as 8% of the human-caused greenhouse gas emissions driving climate change in California comes from the way some farms and ranches are managed, agriculture is also uniquely positioned to be a significant part of the climate solution. So we wanted to build on the presentation about soil health when you heard from Melinda McNaughton recently, who showed you a movie from Kiss the Ground, and talk about how this is actually being implemented locally. So carbon farming that I'm going to talk with you about is becoming central to reaching local and state climate mitigation goals. It is included in the California Air Resource Board's Natural and Working Lands Climate Strategy, California's Healthy Soils Initiative, the county's Climate Action Plan, and much, much more. So what is carbon farming? Carbon farming is a process of drawing carbon down from the atmosphere into soil and vegetation. It benefits local farms and ranches in myriad ways while meeting these greenhouse gas reduction goals. And it uniquely positions agriculture as part of the solution to climate change. So we're not just talking about reducing emissions here, we're talking about reversing climate change. And so what does that look like on the ground? Chances are you wouldn't even recognize it if you saw it. You wouldn't even know that that was something that was deliberate or planned or measured. Carbon farming implements very site-specific, analytically grounded recommendations for things like reducing soil disturbance, building soil health, or biological activity, native woody plants, etc. These are centuries-old agricultural solutions to the modern problem of excess carbon in the atmosphere. And there are academically vetted models for quantifying how much carbon is sequestered or emissions are reduced. In addition to these sequestration, there's also emissions reductions that I'll mention briefly. Here's an example of one of those site-specific plans. This is one that we did for Tomcat Ranch in Pescadero. And working with the ranch manager, or farmer, or landowner, or tenants, et cetera, you grow to deeply understand their operations, confront the trade-offs between some of the things that are needed for agricultural production, some of the things that are needed for wildfire resilience, some of the things that are needed for drought resilience, and native vegetation and habitat and soil health and all these sorts of things, and develop a site-specific plan and strategies for implementing that plan. And part of the plans, in addition to the sequestration, the drawing down of carbon dioxide equivalent, is also to strategies to actually reduce emissions themselves, whether it's helping implement alternative energy, building efficiency, tractors and equipment replacements or upgrades, all sorts of things having to do with efficiency, upgrading pumps, changing the way that pumps work, et cetera. So working with San Mateo County on the development of the new working lands chapter of their newly updated Community Climate Action Plan, we developed this vision that we think is feasible for how many metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent can be sequestered through carbon farming in San Mateo County. Our vision is that by 2045, we could sequester nearly 24,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide per year. That is the equivalent of over 62,000 cars on the road per year, or 708 million miles driven. This is really substantial. And often when people talk about climate mitigation, they're very focused on urban solutions, urban transportation, the built environment, and often not thinking as much about some of the landscape-based solutions that are very feasible and very affordable. So far, our progress is that we've completed 14 plans that cover about 7,500 acres. And when fully implemented, will sequester about 2,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide annually. And that is about the amount that over 2,000 acres of U.S. forest lands U.S. forests would sequester per year, or 423 cars just plucked off the road for a year. So we're moving forward on implementing these plans and also creating new plans. We have a line, people are in the queue to do this. And we're really excited that we have a solution to mitigating climate change that is quite literally under our feet. And that, contrary to what we're commonly told, agriculture can be part of the solution. And agriculture is part of our local economy, our local culture. And so we're excited that agriculture can also be part of the solution to climate change. Carbon farming also provides these other diverse benefits besides climate mitigation. There's also adaptation to climate change. There's also improvements to agricultural viability and resiliency. Small farms in particular are facing a lot of threats. It's really challenging to farm now and be an economically viable business, particularly with the costs of land and other pressures in our area. It really helps with resilience to drought. It substantially improves soil water holding capacity and water conservation. You can irrigate less. It can improve water quality, the runoff from farms and ranches that goes into creeks. Significant benefits for wildlife habitat and also for reducing fuel loads and the risk of wildfire. And very specific practices have a number of different co-benefits, even if what we're quantifying is really about carbon sequestration. I want to note that Adria, who is with me today, I'm going to out her a little bit here. Adria, for her work doing this, was in 2021, she became the recipient of the Greenbelt Alliance's Hidden Heroes of the Greenbelt, recognizing her work incorporating working agricultural lands into the county's climate action plan. She does fabulous work. And I also want to show this to you because this is what it looks like on the ground. It's walking around, looking at, mapping, ground truthing, talking with farmers, ranchers, elected officials, et cetera, like you all, to understand where these opportunities are. And we work with a number of different partners on this, most highly with the NRCS, the Carbon Cycle Institute, and Point Blue Conservation Science, and also a number of funders. So some of the folks here have funded this work, and some of the folks here have helped implement this work. But the most important partners, arguably, in this are the farmers and ranchers themselves. And we'd be interested in partnering with you as well as you're developing your climate action plan for the city of Half Moon Bay and thinking about your working in natural lands and how they can be part of your planning for mitigating climate change. So that's it. I didn't want to take a ton of your time. Just wanted to follow up on it's really exciting that you had that presentation about soil health and that we don't have to proselytize. Somebody else did that for us. But we can follow up with really specifically what's happening locally and what we think are some opportunities to partner with you. So if you want to, if anybody out there wants to take a screenshot of this or take a picture with your phone, you can be also subscribe to our newsletter through our website. But often we post about what we're doing, whether it's recycling drip tape from irrigation efficiency projects, whether it's videos from being out in the fields for the myriad things that we do. These are good ways to keep in touch with us or learn more. And you can always reach out to me or to Adria, who's with us, who can answer a lot of the questions you might have, because Adria manages our climate and agriculture programs. And Adria also serves as San Mateo County's agricultural ombudsman. The county supports that position on the RCD's staff to provide confidential assistance to agricultural operators and stakeholders to be able to sort of navigate some of the needs for viable agriculture in San Mateo County. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and see if you had any thoughts or questions or feedback.
Council members with questions, I have a couple, but let me go first. Okay, I'll start. So can you give me an example of some of the policies in the county's climate action plan addressing agriculture?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, the public comment period for that plan just was completed, I think, in last Friday. We went through a very extensive process of public outreach and stakeholder engagement to develop that plan. And so we worked with Carbon Cycle Institute, which is a nonprofit that really has worked at the intersection of agriculture and climate, specifically around carbon sequestration. So they assisted with the modeling, discovered the full potential. If every practice was implemented on 100% of the lands. And the work that I did was working with our farmers and ranchers to kind of gut check that model, like what's realistic to be implemented into the 2030 and 2045 timeframes, and get their feedback on what support they would need in order to scale those practices. So through that, the feedback was really financial assistance. There are some, but not, I'd say like fully adequate financial programs available to help, especially small farmers and ranchers implement these projects. Technical assistance, more research and education. And there's other supportive practices that were included in the policy as well. Reducing some barriers to implementation, like increasing access to critical equipment, like a no-till drill or compost spreader to help enable the practices. Looking at marketing opportunities to elevate the products coming out of San Mateo County as climate beneficial to bring greater return to the farmers and ranchers. So the plan is really great in that there's a whole suite of supportive policies that look at the whole picture. It's not just, first of all, it's not regulatory. It's how do we support people who are interested in adopting these practices and create an environment that reduces as many barriers as possible. And so with that, it's a full suite of different policies that are hopefully going to be approved in that plan.
In addition to that climate action plan, the county also has in its grading ordinance, it's got the RCD written in so that people who partner with us on soil conservation are exempt from needing to get grading permits for doing their beneficial practices, conservation practices.
And you mentioned that you've already worked on some plans for various farms and ranches. So do you have to make any like nexus between these plans and the county policies, or are these two separate processes?
They're included. It's a supportive measure in the county policy. This is a tool to identify ways to maximize carbon sequestration on individual operations in a way that works with their farming operation. And so that's part of under the umbrella of technical assistance that's needed to help scale these practices in San Mateo County.
So do you act as ambassadors and like do outreach to let people know that your assistance exists and here are the benefits, and
we
so
do.
You're proactive in doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. And we engage in this work in a number of different ways. So there's education and outreach. So like letting people know that this is something that exists, about funding opportunities, our technical assistance, training opportunities, hosting workshops. We provide direct technical assistance to farmers and ranchers, going on site, developing those conservation and carbon farm plans with them. We help them implement practices. So, when funding is available through them or through other sources, we're on the ground helping them source their plants, helping them source their compost, coming up with an implementation plan. And then we also help with monitoring too. So how are those practices working on the ground?
Also, sometimes farmers or ranchers might come to us because of a different need, and they're not identifying it necessarily as a climate-based solution, but they have needs for water or they have issues with, roads or fencing or, things that would be part of an overall plan. And we don't feel like people have to speak the language of carbon sequestration in order to get help. There are so many co-benefits for resilience of farms and productivity that whatever path gets them there is fine. And so sometimes it comes in really other ways that don't look like it's a conversation about climate.
What about greenhouse operations? I'm sure that most of your work is dealing with, field agricultural operations and grazing, et cetera. But is there any hope to convert greenhouse operations to more, sustainable opportunities to mitigate and adapt?
Yeah, we're primarily working with soil-based operations for the carbon farm plans, but there's no shortage of opportunities for indoor growing environments to work on an enhanced irrigation efficiency, energy efficiency, and including through like tailwater recycling and reuse, runoff from the collecting roof runoff from the greenhouses, and implementing different practices to improve energy efficiency to reduce those energy costs.
When Audrey says that we're primarily working with soil-based operations, that's for the carbon farming, that's soil-based. But we work a lot with greenhouses, like, for example, Rocket Farms, which was formerly Nurserymen's Exchange. We worked with Nurserymen's Exchange to do tailwater recycling. So after they irrigate all those indoor crops, to catch that, recycle it, and reuse it. We also installed with them, provided them with grant funding. Actually, at that point, it was federal stimulus dollars to do rainwater harvesting off of all that roof space. They were paying for municipal rates for CCWD water, and they were also paying for water that was leaving the property. And because of all the work that we did, they ceased to be the #1 customer at CCWD and won a Silicon Valley Water Conservation Award. And with a lot of the costs for them also are about pumping. And so when you can find more efficient ways to pump and more efficient energy, it's good for their bottom line as a business, at the same time that it's a conservation measure as well. And there are grant funds for a lot of this. Grant funds or cost share dollars. Often that's part of the reason that some of the farmers or ranchers or greenhouse operators will come to us, is because they're trying to find affordable ways to upgrade their systems to reduce their operations costs. And those have conservation outcomes.
So you might have heard earlier, so we do have a schedule and a timeline on our CAP and also the adaptation plan. So, the second half of this calendar year will be wrapping up the plan, and we're going to have to take a look at what the county's got going in terms of the policies that you helped develop, because we want to support agriculture and keep it going here, and we're worried about it, both from a climate perspective and just losing that use. And so I feel you have a good role to play here. And hopefully with this budget surplus and the bond bill, some money will flow, to these purposes. Fingers crossed. Okay, well, we have like another huge agenda to deal with here. So I just want to say thank you for the information, and we'll stay in touch. Oh, Councilmember Jimenez.
I was waiting for my turn. I don't have no questions, but I work with Kellex, EDRA, on a few projects, and also what is happening in Half Moon Bay right now with a new organization, to create farming co-ops and give an opportunity to farm workers to become farmers. And I never said this to anybody, but actually when I left to college, to Chico, the reason I went to Chico was on an animal science degree, to focus on farming and ranching. and the use of the animal crop rotation, the style of grazing that will actually benefits, the carbon sequestration. Grazing alone is not much of a benefit. Yeah, there's a cycle, a way that you do the grazing that benefits the soil. So it was my interest when I actually went to school in Chico, but 2 years into school, I changed into sociology and ethnic studies. Given it, what wasn't happening, I'm back to what I originally wanted to do, to focus, ranching and farming, and eventually do other things, like composting, program that will benefit the community of the city of Half Moon Bay, using animal waste, manure from our farms to make compost and other things. So there's a whole science to it, with carbon sequestration and healthy soils that we can actually benefit from, and the reverse of climate change. But it comes to, along the years, especially the last, 4 or 5 years, I've learned about this. We have a lot of people in our community that know these practices, but they haven't had the opportunity to implement these practices. And that's, I'm okay with open spaces, but when it comes to farmland or grazeland, we have to keep them alive. We cannot lose farmland to a park. Like I said, I'm okay with parks. We have a lot of trails on the coast. We have more trails that we can walk in a year. But if we lose our farmland, there's no going back. Once it becomes a park, once it becomes, trails, there's no going back to that. So, so that's why, the focus of the new organization is to do that, to make use of this farmland, implementing these practices, carbon sequestration, irrigation systems with less water, like drip systems. We know they work, working with, indigenous crops that we can actually farm, using, dry farming, the time of the year where we can actually dry farm. But, it has to be given the opportunity. And that's what, that's what is happening right now. But, RCD they do great work. I thank them for, all the support, to the community, to the farming community, the small farms. That is not easy to is not very sustainable. They say, to be able to make it in farming, you have to farm a lot of acreage. That was true at one point, but now things are changing. Small farms actually are sustainable, but they have to implement certain practices, for that to happen. So, and they have the knowledge, soil, everything's in the soil. Taking care of the soils is the best thing we could do. So, thank you for your presentation. Always learning something new.
And also, one of the things that you've talked with us about, Councilmember Jimenez, is implementing these practices also reduces exposure to a community that's had a lot of exposure. It's one of the things that you've really brought to our attention a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's all really important stuff. We appreciate your taking the time, especially this late at night. I know you have children, so thank you. We'll talk again soon. Bye. Okay. We're moving on to item 3C, which is the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast Side Fiscal Year 2022-23 Operations and Maintenance Budget.
Thank you. Are you seeing it? Okay, thanks. I'm going to plan on being extremely short. I know there's critical items. So tonight we are bringing to the council the general operating budget for Sewer Authority Mid-Coast Side, the budget for fiscal year 22-23, is a total of $8,195,626, of which the city's flow-based share equals 59.4%, or $4,871,480. This was approved by the SAM board for presentation to each of the member agencies. Granada and Montera have approved the budgets, and this is waiting our action. And if so approved, this will go to the SAM board for formal final adoption next Monday. I won't go into this too much other than to say we're part of a bigger picture here with the sewer authority providing treatment, and the city operates a 35 miles of collection system. Again, for the fiscal year, our share represents a 15% of the increase over fiscal year 21-22. And it's an overall increase to the SAM budget at roughly 13%. The differential is roughly comes from the flow-based increasing from year to year under the arrangement. And again, number of reasons for the adjustments in terms of cost, a significant increase in capital projects, in part driven by the basically CPIs and just general increase in cost in construction. There are mandated adjustments from the MOU. There are some staffing adjustments and just a number of reasons behind these increases. And tonight, we are asking you to adopt a resolution approving under protest the budget for fiscal year 22-23. And I will note that Keishan, the general manager, is in the audience. And if you have any questions, he can be brought over and answer those questions. Otherwise, I just want to let you know he is here, monitoring, watching, and again, available for questions if there are any. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, John. A good, succinct presentation. So the vice mayor and I are representatives on SAM, and so we've had a chance, and plus I'm on the finance committee at SAM. So, we've looked at this pretty closely, and it's a sound budget. Our costs are going up because there's a need for addressing a lot of deferred maintenance. And so we're going to be having an ongoing discussion about various infrastructure projects at SAM. But I think you can feel comfortable, fellow council members, approving this budget under protest. We'll keep you posted on new developments, but this budget has been vetted, and the stuff in it is needed. So, Councilmember Rarbach.
Thank you. I think we definitely should approve the budget, but as you well know, on public knowledge, I voted against appealing the judgment. And so I'm not comfortable with the idea that this is under protest. We should pay the money. I believe in the end, the court will agree that the appeal is not going to go through. We'll have spent a lot of money on the appeal unnecessarily. We will have bad vibes with the rest of the coast-side. So although I will vote in favor of the budget, I want to make it clear that I don't think the under protest part is a sensible solution to our sewer problems. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, I think it's a good budget. I was aware of the budget before for tonight because I am on the SAM board. I would have to disagree with Councilmember Rohrbach. As a citizen of Half Moon Bay and as a member of the JPA, which governs the sewer authority, it's my responsibility to take care and make certain that my ratepayers, the people that pay sewer rates in Half Moon Bay, are not paying for unnecessary repairs that occurred because of lack of maintenance north of us for equipment that we don't use. So I am in favor of passing this resolution under protest.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Other council members? Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Brownstone?
Well, this was sounding more like deliberation, not clarification. Then we needed public comment, so I wasn't sure. I don't have any clarifying questions.
There is one hand raised. Awesome.
Bill, you have 3 minutes.
Hi. Over the last few months, I've met with several staff members with Half Moon Bay, including Bob Nisbet, city manager, and John Doherty, the public works manager. And I thank them very much for their time. They're very busy, as tonight's meeting obviously makes very clear. I've developed a considerable amount of familiarity with both the operating and capital sewer fund on both the SAM side and the Half Moon Bay side, and I've written a few op-eds that express my opinion on the topic. In general, I think Harvey has it right. We need to get to 100% recycled sewer waste, and to do that, we need to build trust, not break trust down. It's really that simple. The end state is going to be pretty expensive. Most of all, to get there, we need to break through the roadblocks and take action. But the council seems to have lost its way, at least in the majority. The litigation the city has pursued for 5 years brings disrepute on the community, in my view. The city's position was and is unreasonable. Moreover, the city's accounting for the two sewer funds does not appear to me to follow generally accepted accounting practices. For these and other reasons, I've requested the San Mateo County Grand Jury to consider initiating an investigation of Half Moon Bay's sewer funds. I would just like to ask Catherine a question, because when you reported out, Catherine, you said there was nothing to report. However, I've heard rumors that there was an action by the appeals court to deny on procedural grounds the city's appeal. And I just would like you to confirm whether that's accurate or not.
Through the mayor, I'd be happy to respond to that. Thank you. Yeah. So the let's see, it was a few meetings ago, I reported out that the council had authorized the filing of the appeal. Reported out that, you know, as required by the Brown Act, you have to report out the vote on that. So that was a 3-2 vote that I reported out. That appeal was filed and is currently pending. There was a procedural glitch in the court due to COVID and folks not opening the mail, where there was an entry of default against the city of Half Moon Bay's appeal, but that has been corrected. So if you check the docket, you'll see that the appeal is pending. I don't know that we have a schedule yet for the briefing, but it will be briefed and and heard probably in the next year. So that's the current status of the appeal.
Thanks.
Thank you, Catherine. I don't see any other hands raised.
Correct. No more public comments, Mayor.
So I would entertain a motion in a second to approve the SAM budget. Per the language provided in the recommendation.
Yes, so moved for the language recommended by the staff.
And second, yeah, I just want to For the record, it's adopt a resolution approving under protest the fiscal year 2022-23 Sewer Authority Mid-Coast Operations and Maintenance Budget, expressly noting the city protest of any and all costs associated with the repair and replacement of the intertie pipeline system consistent with the terms set forth in the September 13th, 2017 stipulation and order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach?
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Yes.
Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item is 3D, Half Moon Bay Sewer Collection System Maintenance, Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side. So this is the collection systems budget.
John, you're muted. There you go. There you go.
Again, I'll be quick. This is the other piece of the equation annually, which is approval of the, it's not moving. Sorry, it's there we go. Sorry, it was lagging. Is approval of the collections budget and also authorizing the city manager to execute amendment number 5 to the collection system maintenance agreement. Just as a refresher, the Sewer Authority has under contract for many years provided sewer cleaning services to the 3 member agencies. This is not part of the JPA authorized work, but under the JPA, they are authorized to contract. So this was not a JPA covered function. The cost of this has fluctuated from year to year. It is actually down this year a bit because we funded last year a small Vector truck. So it's down a bit because of reduction in the capital expenditure for this point. Again, they clean and help us maintain the 35 miles of gravity mains, the pump stations, the force mains. They are part of a broader perspective, which is again the wastewater treatment side, which is purely the SAM function and the JPA, the Joint Powers Authority. The green is what this contract is covering, at least in part of those with SAM. And then there are other functions that you will see contracts coming back in June for the remainder of the operations program. Again, SAM itself covers the cleaning of the system, about 50% annually, plus hotspots, inspection of pump stations along with their other contractors. They respond to the call outs 24 hours a day, and they also mark for the underground services. So important function that they serve and provide with that. And it is a team effort. Again, over the last several years, SAM has been a critical part of a linking between the city staff, Housing Associates, Mark Thomas, and basically the city serving as a go-between and operations within that. And I think over the last several years, we've also really been looking at a more progressive approach to the way we look at and work through the ongoing maintenance and particularly the day-to-day operations and of the collection system. And so finally, our recommendation and request is for authorization to one, to approve the budget itself, and to secondly, authorize the city manager to sign the amendment number 5 for this year for the agreement. That amendment number 5 would add and change the amount to $254,272 and extend the time to June 30th, 2023. Thank you. And again, the general manager of SAM is here and available if there are any questions.
Yeah, again, I would say that the collection systems budgets have been vetted very deeply year after year by the finance committee and the full board, and sometimes the ops committee has pieces of it. We have a very good process now, I think, with Mark Thomas and company. And we have an excellent sewer engineer, contract sewer engineer, and Vivian Housen. I think you can feel comfortable with this contract and the process arrived at to deal with our collection system. I'd entertain any questions or comments from other council members or motions with me.
I'll move per staff unless you want me to read the resolution, in which case you'll have to put it up on the screen.
Could you put the recommendation up again, John? Or I can read it.
I have it.
I move that we adopt a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2022-23 Sewer Authority Midcoast collections budget and authorizing the city manager to execute amendment number 5 to the sewer collection system maintenance professional service agreement with the Sewer Authority Midcoast side, establishing the fiscal year 2022-23 annual cost at $254,272 and extending the agreement for one additional year expiring June 30th, 2023.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose.
Yes.
Mayor Reddick.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so we decided to move up the work plan 3F, and that's City Council priorities work plan for fiscal years 2022-2024.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Given the late hour, I'll make this as brief as possible. I just have a few slides that I'll share that include some background, a few bits of context and highlights of this year's work plan, and then the recommendation. And then I'll switch over to the work plan, which we know you've read. It's attached to the packet here. And at that point, we'll just allow you to make comments, ask questions. We have all of our department heads here who each have a different role within the work plan rollout for this year. So the first piece is just the background, just a reminder to everybody that the City Council strategic plan has 3 pieces to it. We have our strategic elements, which are very high level. They don't change year to year. They haven't changed in many years. They really represent the aspirational goals of everything that we do and the values that we aspire to here at the city. We also have our council priorities, which do change from year to year. We go through our normal priority setting process each year before the budget. Over the last several years, we've adopted 2-year plans for implementation of the priorities and revisit them each year for adjustment. And then the capital improvement program, which you'll hear about later tonight, plays into the strategic plan as well, especially when it comes to budget development. Anybody who's interested, this is all available online on our website. There's a URL at the bottom of my screen, but it's easiest just to go to the Half Moon Bay website at hmbcity.org. Click on City Council and then the City Council strategic plan page. As a reminder, this year, the 5 priority areas that the council approved include 4 that have carried over from past years: affordable housing, public health, safety and emergency preparation, community climate, resilience and sustainability, economic recovery and development. And new this year is a focus on transportation, circulation, and mobility. And that comes from obviously just what we see every day, but also increased concern from the community about traffic, which we talked about earlier tonight. As we look at the work plan that's been attached to this item, it's a 2-year work plan. Tonight, we will mostly focus on year 1 because that obviously shapes how the recommended budget is developed. Just for context, there are some items that are mandated. We have to do them due to legal requirements. And then we have discretionary items. Within discretionary items, some of them are we would almost call hybrid. There's maybe grant funding that really prompts us to move forward as appropriate. Ongoing commitments we have to other agencies or collaborations or projects that have been in the works and we've already started moving forward on them and we need to continue them. So mandated projects this year include updating the housing element, the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, Senate Bill 1383, which has to do with solid waste disposal, and stormwater, a variety of stormwater initiatives, including the Venice Beach TMDL study and several CIP projects. Some of the highlights of discretionary projects under this year's work plan include continued work around affordable housing development and also working on short-term supports for those struggling with housing here in our community. Continued work on the Age-Friendly Community Coalition in collaboration with senior co-siders and members of our community. Mental health support, which we've heard a lot about tonight, most notably the CARES program and continuing that pilot, and mental health first aid being funded through the county and then carried through by the city and its partners. Evacuation and planning and outreach are important items for this coming year. As you probably recall, last year's work plan included development of the city's emergency operations plan and crisis communication plan, which really guides city staff in our response to emergencies and organization around emergencies. Those are wrapping up this fiscal year, and we suspect that by July, we'll be able to come forward with some updates for you and a presentation on what those look like and the kind of outreach that we'll want to do around them. And then those, of course, we push us into our work with the community when it comes to emergency preparedness. And so evacuation and planning and outreach are really critical for the coming year. The Coastside Recovery Initiative, which finalized its planning phase last year and resulted in a beautiful report and 15 great recommendations, move into the implementation stage for this year. And per discussions at the priority setting meeting, beginning the steps of exploration of annexation of surrounding areas, most notably parts of Miramar that are in the unincorporated areas, parts of the community along East 92 adjacent to the city, and the Moonridge Farm Worker Housing Community. Our recommendation tonight is to, just by motion, receive and accept the report and provide feedback to city staff so that we can finalize it, incorporate it into the budget, and move forward. It, once accepted, will include any of your changes and include this in the recommended budget for the coming year. And we'll also organize this work plan in a really simplified format for the community, provide regular updates to you all and updates to the community as we move through the plan. And I'm going to stop sharing this and bring up the work plan itself. And we've taken the liberty of color coding it a little bit to help make it much easier to read. And as I mentioned, this is attached to this packet. We know that the council members have read it and hopefully the community as well. And so really, we're open to your comments and questions and any revisions we need to make. The color coding is as follows. Green are items that we plan to kick off and make significant progress on in the first fiscal year. Actually, the first half of this fiscal year, the remainder of the calendar year. Items in gray are beyond this calendar year and maybe in the next fiscal year. And items in yellow are items that it's really dependent on outside factors, a partner we're working with, a grant we're trying to receive, or other funding. And so those are a little bit more fluid as far as the timing. And with that, I'll turn the time over to you all with any questions. As I mentioned, we've got our department heads here to answer any specific questions that I might not be able to answer. And we're interested in your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, for an excellent presentation. Clarifying questions first. You might want to close your presentation at this point, Matt. There we go. Anybody with questions? Okay, let me see if there are any public who wish to address this. I do not see any hands raised at this time. So I'll open it up for comments or questions. Councilmember Rohrbeck.
I have two comments. The first is a comment about the Podesta property for affordable housing. According to the staff report, the city staff wants to make sure that the proposal has more deeper affordable housing requirements than rumor has it that the proposal has generated. I think it's really important that when we use that word affordable, we know what we're talking about. And from my perspective, affordable means in the terminology of housing, extremely low and low income. It does not mean moderate or 80% of median income, which is not really affordable to somebody who's working in the kitchens of our restaurants or mowing lawns. So I just want to emphasize that I really believe that Podesta is probably going to be developed, but I really, really want staff to understand that from my perspective and the community's perspective, if you're listening to all the comments, we need to emphasize that it should have the deepest affordability levels that we could possibly get out of it. So that's my first comment. My second comment is a little more complicated, and that is the work plan as presented mentions the possibility of having a vacant house tax. That was something that we talked about briefly at our priority setting session. It also, as Matthew just said, talks about the annexation exploration for Miramar and Moonridge and Highway 92. These are both very time intensive staff requirements for either one of the projects. If we wanted to go ahead with the vacant house tax, that needs to be done very soon in order to get it on the ballot. The annexation is not so imminent. So from my perspective, although I think those are both very desirable priorities, I would defer the annexation for later in the year if we as a council decided that we could go full speed ahead with trying to get the vacant house tax on the November 2022 ballot. I believe that would be a decent source of income. It would have the result of actually increasing housing stock, which is something we wanted. And I think in order to get it passed, we probably would have to have it as a general tax as opposed to a specific tax that would be dedicated to housing. Because if it's a general tax, we need just 50% plus one to get it passed. If the council agreed that this was important, we should start doing it now We need outreach. We need to do the research to get the correct language on the ballot. So I'm in support of that. And in trade-off, if that's agreed, because we have limited staff time, I would defer the annexation till after the election. So that's my two comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Vice Mayor.
I'm not going to go talk for a long time about either of the first two items that Councilmember Rohrabaugh brought up, but I'm in total and complete agreement on both of them. Podesta is in downtown Half Moon Bay. Downtown Half Moon Bay is where we want to do housing, affordable, low income and extremely low income housing is what we need in our town. So absolutely the maximum number that we can possibly get and the lowest income that we can possibly provide. Lowest income housing we can possibly provide. Secondly, yes, I think both investigating annexation and what was the other item?
Vacant house tax.
My little brain.
Vacant house tax.
Vacant house tax, right. So I would love to see that on the November ballot. And I'm okay with putting off the investigation of annexation until later in the year. I think we don't want to ask the staff to do more than they can do, and they won't be able to. The third item that I have, and the one that's really dearest to my heart, is that one that works with many of our council priorities, including the health and public safety of our children and our pedestrians and our bike riders. It has to do with safe streets to school. And it has to do with the ability of the residents of Half Moon Bay, especially during times of high tourist traffic, to be able to get to and from Montara, Pescadero, and Half Moon Bay, or even just in Half Moon Bay from north to south. And that is the development and building of the East Side Parallel Trail. Now, I know that it is in yellow in the presentation because we're talking about waiting for funding for it. But I don't want to be waiting for it. I think we have got to actively go out, even if it means hiring another staff person to do the job, get the funding. The money is out there. I don't want to see us getting caught up in this idea that we've got to somehow talk about roundabouts at Frenchman's Creek, and we can't talk about finishing the East Side Parallel Trail because of that discussion. I'm not interested. I want to see that trail built. It's the link that's going to keep people out of their cars. It's going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions more than anything else we can do this year. And it's going to keep our kids safe, and it's going to get them, the high schoolers, out of their cars and onto bikes. It'll provide a way for the fast-moving electric bikes, and maybe all the electric bikes, to get off the coastal trail and stop endangering pedestrians. So that's my priority for this year. Other than that, I think you've done a great job with the presentation, and I appreciate all the work that went into it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll clarify, there's two references to the East Side Parallel Trail in this work plan. North Segment 4 is slated for this first quarter of the next fiscal year. And then Segment 2 is the portion that you're referring to, which is dependent on funding. John Dowdy's here from Public Works. He might be able to speak to what those sections are in relation to the existing trail.
Yeah, I know what the sections are, but sections aren't a trail. You can't get on your bike and drive a mile and then have to get off your bike, get in a car to drive another, 1,000 feet, and then you can get back on the trail again. It doesn't work that way. The whole trail has to be done. It has to be thought of not in segments, but as a complete parallel trail.
We acknowledge the point, and your point is you want it to be a super high priority, but you recognize that one of the first steps is to go out and get the money to do it. So your point is heard and well taken.
And if I could just say the reason why they're mentioned in two different pieces is that I think we agree that if we can get funding and work on funding on the bridge and the link, we should do that and work through that. If it takes doing a consolidated project that includes the roundabout conversation and we can get the trail segment as part of that, we should do that as well. So this work plan envisions keeping both options open and actively engaged in grant seeking for that. Which I think meets what you were generally looking for, which was to be able to decouple the path conversation and path grant getting from the roundabout, which is what we've done. So they can be done in both ways.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Excellent report. I just want to focus about housing. One thing that we talked about during the meeting, today when we met, is about not to lose the focus in the properties that we have, 80 Stone Pine and 555 Kelly. Also about Pedesta, making sure that we actually we add that language to it when it comes to when we said affordable housing, can the language be added to it? As Councilmember Redback and Councilmember Vice Mayor Penrose said, that we address is for low income and very low income, families. Can that be added to the report? Because I don't see it. And just, everything else looks good. But, the focus right now is housing. Community is hurting. Today, we had a speaker, wanted to do a public forum, but she was not able to be in the meeting, to speak up. There's been visuals, 3 visuals happening, for housing. At the last vigil, we had a lot of young leaders, a young girl, age, I believe she's 9 years old, who continues to speak up about the need for housing for her family, the families in the community. So right now, housing, it needs to be one of our main focus right now because our community is hurting. Excellent report. Thank you.
Councilmember Brownstone. You're muted, Robert.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I agree that we should stop putting the word affordable housing in. Because sometimes it makes me feel like we put that word goes in there, so try to avoid not in my backyard resistance. Just call it what it is. We want low-income housing, which, by the way, includes people making up to between 80 and 100,000, workforce housing, and very low-income housing. So I want that explicit in terms of both the owners of the Pedesta and any developers coming in. I understand the model where you might have to put up some even market rate housing in order to pay. But I think sometimes that formula is so slanted where, you only get 10% of units as low income. I see it all the time. So I don't think that's the kind of deal we want. We want an arrangement where we get a good developer in to build quality housing, mixed housing, but with a significant percentage of it to be low income and very low income. and be explicit about it. Just stop calling it affordable because it creates this whole ambiguity and it's not what we want. So let's just tell it like it is and figure it out and see if we get the right developers to come in and support it. And maybe it's a combination of developers. So yeah, I really agree with that. And I just think it's been an issue that people misinterpret all the time when they hear the word affordable. I like Council Members Rohraback idea to put the non-occupancy tax, get it on a ballot. Let's see, it'll really help people think about those issues more. So let's get that debate out in the public. I'm sure there'll be issues around private property rights, et cetera, versus, creating more housing. And yes, I think it'd be great to prioritize getting that out on the ballot. I'd like to hear more about Vice Mayor's idea about completing the East Side trails, but I would certainly pretty curious of how the whole funding mechanism would work and where we would, well, for one thing, how much does it cost? I know we have a ton of capital improvement projects, which is one of our other items today, which is a huge list. So I'm just trying to figure out that balance. You want to prioritize one thing, but we have a lot of other projects. And I don't really know what the cost is of completing a trail like that. So I don't know if it's been costed out yet to complete that and balancing. And Vice Mayor's mentioned that there's money out there to do that. So I'd like to hear more about that in order to weigh out how quickly we could, prioritize a project like that. So I just didn't feel I had enough information to get that whole picture around prioritization. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to address the question on the housing, since now both Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Brownstone has brought it up. So the rules are clear to developers. That is our local coastal plan and the subsequent zoning. That is where the policies are clear what is required. Now, a developer can always do more than what's required, and we can always ask for more than what's required. But I just wanted to make that clear that that's what the local coastal plan and the zoning does. It requires 20% below market. And I understand that there's wiggle room in there. And I understand the frustration with people casually using the word affordable. So I do get it, but I just wanted to make sure that there's clarity there, that we're not at this point coming in and deciding to write new rules about what our requirements are. We did that with the local coastal plan and the zoning that backs it up. So that's what any developer will follow. And absolutely, it's staff's job to get the best project possible and deeper affordability if we can, to the points that were made. And we hear you loud and clear, and we will do our best job.
Now, my understanding is that's a PUD. So the zoning hasn't actually been worked out for that. We don't have a zoning implementation plan yet for the LCP, but the affordability and various other development goals and metrics will be worked out as part of a specific plan for the property is my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, but that said, there will be time to negotiate or to have the Planning Commission and the council confirm the low income requirements as opposed to just affordable or below market rate. That there is time and opportunity to put brackets around what we're looking for.
Yeah, you said it better than I did. I just wanted to the way I heard this, the comments made, I wanted to just make it clear that we do set guidelines and rules, and you're right, it's different in a PUD. I get all that. So there is room for negotiation. There is room in there, and you're absolutely right. But I just wanted to clarify that is how it works. We can require 100% very low, but then if the developer says well, I'm not going to do anything, then we don't get anything, or we get, potentially get sued. So we just have to be conscious of that.
Agreed. Robert, are you finished commenting? Do you have other things?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm generally okay with it too. I think staff has done a good job of distilling the various council inputs and the public meeting inputs. I would agree that the more I read, the more I'm persuaded that we need to put a vacant house tax on the ballot this November. I've been reading a lot about trusts that are buying up homes in the Bay Area and in San Mateo County. And in San Mateo County, according to the Chronicle, in 21-22, maybe it was 2021, 13.7% of homes purchased, single-family homes purchased in the county were by corporate and family trusts. So, it's either wealthy corporations or wealthy individuals, buying a fairly large chunk of the housing. In Half Moon Bay, it was over 27%. Right. So I'd like to know actually how much of that is corporate, how much of that is, wealthy families. I'm guessing probably a fair amount of those are second homes. I might be wrong about that, but it sort of makes sense, right? So I think it would be helpful to get some data as part of this process of getting something on the ballot, about this, about the second homes and potentially corporate trust ownership. I'd like to have some, data around that. But I think, and just, being retired now and walking around town, I'm seeing a lot of empty homes. And we have a large need. And so I think we ought to move on a November ballot measure and defer the discussion of annexation. I would agree with that. And, I think we've made it clear that, getting some below market rate housing built as quickly as possible is a very powerful priority. And staff gets that. I think we've made that clear. And to the vice mayor's point about the East Side Trail, it's in there, and it's in there a couple different ways. I think it would be helpful maybe if staff could make a presentation at an upcoming meeting just on the East Side Trail, show the segments on a map, bring some cost estimates, some for implementation, because I think the roundabout is very important, and if bundle the roundabout and the trail segment, I think that's good as somebody who's managed projects. So, but I think more information to all the council to take a look at that, comprehensive project and how it's put together and how much it costs, very helpful, and what is needed to get the job done. Vice Mayor, does that work for you?
Yes, it does work for me, although coupling the roundabout, I don't want the coupling of the roundabout to delay the building of that section of the East Side Trail. I don't want that to be the thing that stops us from doing it. If we can get funding without the roundabout, that's what I want to see done. And then we can talk about the roundabout. I'm happy to talk about the roundabout. It's not a priority to me. Priority to me is getting the kids out of their cars and getting folks out of their cars and letting them walk on the East Side safely to and from school and town.
Yes, I don't think you deny that. Although, roundabouts radically reduce greenhouse gas emissions by reducing idling and long backups. But in any case, let's get presentation on the East Side Trail so we can be clear on what it is and what is needed. I think that would be helpful. But I'm good with the plan, and I think we need a motion to receive and accept the report.
I move that we receive and accept the report.
I'll second.
And Madam Mayor, I'd just like to clarify at this point the comments that we heard, I think from a consensus, it sounded like from all of you, to move up the vacant house tax. It's right now, it is shown, as Councilmember Rarbeck stated, it's shown a year out. And so we would move that up Q1, Q2 and shoot for November. And I do appreciate Councilmember Rarbeck's acknowledgement of the staff work involved, and as much as he is really supportive of annexation, willing to put that off. So I would recommend that as well, because I am worried about the workload. And he's right. If, you know, after the tax measure, we can come back in January after the holidays, see how we're all doing. And if the workload looks good, we come back at that time, and we'd start by recommending a budget amendment, because we were going to put about 100 to 150,000 into the budget to get the annexation going. We'll hold that back now. And then January, seeing where we are, we would then start by doing a budget amendment to get some money to get that going down the road. So I appreciate that. If that's part of the motion, that's what we heard.
I think it is.
Thank you. Yes. Can I make one more comment, since the word roundabouts come up a few times? I just want to be very explicit and put it on the radar screen that you know, the reason that traffic light went up there in the first place was so that folks in Frenchman's Creek can feel safe crossing the highway and coming into the trail. And, you know, I just think I think it's imperative that we get the buy-in of the people of Frenchman's Creek. Since building a roundabout, you know, we're going to have to figure out some other ways for people to feel safe crossing that highway, and we not in any way minimize their concerns and interests about being able to safely cross that highway before we move too far forward on a roundabout. So I love the idea of a roundabout in theory in terms of traffic. On the other hand, there's, you know, a whole community there that wants to be sure they can still safely and conveniently cross that highway. And it might not be an easy solution. So we got to figure that out first. Thanks.
Okay.
So we need a roll call on the motion, I think.
Yes, a roll call.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarbeck?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
You're
Yes.
muted, Deborah. Okay.
Thank you. Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Motion carried.
And before we move on, I just want to acknowledge a couple of staff. Maggie Rodriguez in the city manager's office really took initiative to do the work to gather this information from the departments, synthesize it. I really appreciate her support. And most of this work is gathered and put together by our mid-level staff, our management analysts and others. So we just want to make sure we acknowledge that it's a big sprint from priority setting to here, and just really appreciate prioritizing this and the work that goes into getting this done so we can incorporate it into the budget. So thanks to staff for all their work.
Thank you, staff. Yay. We're moving on to item 3E, 5-year capital improvement program workshop.
Last but not least, we always enjoy the Public Works is almost always the last item, and you moved us to the last item, so we appreciated that.
There is no penalty for brevity. No penalty for brevity.
So I'm here primarily to hand this off to Moz, and also Jennifer is here. to help as well, who have been really deeply involved in this. I'm going to be the broken record going back many, many years now that says this is a robust capital improvement program. It is beyond our capacity to probably deliver, but we will do the best that we possibly can to do so. And I know that our partners throughout the city will do everything possible to help us deliver, and we will do everything necessary to help them deliver the projects that are specifically theirs or that they are leading. This is always a tough project for us, although it is one of the more fun, I would say, work that we do to pull this off and put this together and to try to figure out how to financially weave all of the funding sources together to try to deliver a capital program that really helps the community, meets your strategic objectives and priorities, and ultimately is financially sustainable. So with that, I will turn it over to Moz to run through the basics of this. There are quite a few slides. We'll try to move through them as quickly as possible and get you to primarily the tables, which are really the capital program and the capital budget for 22-23. We're sure you'll have some questions, and we're hope that we can answer those for you tonight. Moz, take it away.
Thanks, John. Appreciate the introduction. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and the community. I'm Maziar Bozerguinia, City Engineer. Happy to be here tonight presenting the update to our capital improvement program for the fiscal year 22-23. Let me make sure my controls are working. All right, perfect. So as we have done over the last few years, tonight, again, I'm happy to present the update to our program. We hope to achieve tonight, by the end of this item is a consensus on the list of projects for the 22-23 fiscal year, and authorize staff to present the project list to the Planning Commission for that consistency determination for the general plan. Just a quick overview. I'll be sharing. We'll just talk briefly about what a capital improvement program is. Quick overview with our accomplishments from the last fiscal year, and that included a couple of large-scale projects. And then we'll go through some project highlights and end on those tables for the 22-23 year, as John mentioned. So what's a capital improvement program? In a nutshell, it's a capital improvement plan or program is a community planning and fiscal management tool used to coordinate the location, timing, and financing of capital improvements over a multi-year period. That's the general term for a multi-year program, and then that 1 year is generally the funded portion of that implementation phase. So we wouldn't be talking about funding a 5-year program, but as a snapshot to share what is going to be coming up, we do have that as part of the attachments tonight. So just a little bit of background as far as the way that our projects or our capital improvement program is established. We have 2 different kind of categories, if you will. One is a project, which is generally large one-time enhancements where the project budget will roll over until it's completed. And then the programs are more smaller efforts to meet the capital maintenance and replacement needs of our facilities. And the focus of those programs can change year to year, but generally we look at funding it equally over the 5-year period that we have that we are presenting. And then again, the overall categories where these projects and programs fall into include stormwater, economic development, operations, parks, facilities, sewers, streets, and trails. So I'm happy to share that we had quite a number of accomplishments, a couple of big accomplishments as well. We have what I want to highlight before I get into some of the pictures, a couple of small projects that were actually really huge on the staffing level and have really made a huge impact. The financial software, the enterprise resource planning software, that project was completed, and we have a better accounting system for our finances and are able to share real-time information with different departments and divisions. So that's been a really huge blessing. Really want to thank the administrative services and finance for getting that done. We also have adopted our general plan and local coastal program update. Again, a huge accomplishment that was done earlier in this fiscal year by our community development department, by Jill Ekus and her staff. Really wanted to highlight those two. And then of course we've got we had some wonderful ribbon cuttings and projects that we were able to also complete. So here we have our Highway 1 South opening. This was October of last year. We had the total project cost was $3.7 million, and it was just accepted by the City Council at the last City Council meeting. Although we did open up the intersection back in October, there was a few remaining items, but we were able to resolve those and with Caltrans, and we've moved on and closed it out. We were also able to complete our Ocean Colony pump station replacement project. That was a large effort over a multi-year effort with design, environmental, and easements, with a total construction budget of completion cost of $2.2 million. And this project was accepted back in December. More recently, we completed the Sheriff's Substation renovation project, which looked to stabilize the temporary facility that the law enforcement is currently housed in. And we made some significant modifications to ADA standards, as well as the interface from the general public in the front. And that was accepted in just this last month. And another accomplishment just wanted to highlight was the Poplar Beach Access Parallel Path that was paved out earlier this calendar year. We've been witnessing the use of it over time, and so far we're happy with the product and continuing to keep our eyes on it. So for the next piece, I wanted to provide just a couple of project highlights on some of the key projects that we'll be working on. This isn't a complete list of the projects for this next fiscal year. There's a summary table at the end that we'll share on that one. But these are the few highlights that I'm going to go through, and I'll keep it brief. So one of the projects we have on, and this was actually part of the mid-year budget, was a stormwater master plan update. It's an important tool, planning and a planning study that will really help aid development of our future capital projects to address flooding potential, erosion, and hopefully more. Our last study was completed in 2016, and since then we have witnessed changing physical conditions and updated policies, such as the adopted Green Infrastructure Plan, as well as the local coastal plan. And it is time to update our approach in addressing our stormwater needs of the community, especially with the significant rains that we witnessed last year. And we're going to look at utilizing LIDAR technology, as well as considering other professions such as geomorphology to address some of our creek bank stability concerns. Another project I wanted to highlight that we're currently working on is the Kehoe Pillarcitos outfall repair project. At the end of Pillarcitos at Kehoe, close to the SAM treatment plant, there was a 4-foot segment of culvert that was found by a resident that had collapsed and causing some erosion concerns for the end of Pillarcitos, as well as the surrounding homes in that area. So, and that would be a concern if it was left unaddressed. And so, as you can see in the photographs, it's also covered in vegetation. It's in a sensitive habitat. There's also a lot of invasive Cape ivy. So, permitting environmental will be a robust, given the location of the project. So we're currently in design environmental solicitation, and we'll be coming back to the City Council in the next meeting, hopefully with a decision on a contract to move that project forward. Another quick highlight, the 555 housing project, Kelly Housing Project. We're currently seeking qualified candidates to develop this housing project on the city-owned parcel at 555 Kelly. To date, we've conducted some preliminary work. Site survey was conducted as a first step while we look for the right partner for that project. And so for those that are interested, submittals were extended. They are due now on May 23rd. Happy to report on this project, the John L. Carter renovation project. This project was mentioned earlier in subsequent meetings. We'll be going to construction this month. As Mayor Ruddick mentioned, we will have a ribbon groundbreaking ceremony soon, and we'll be doing some notification and outreach on that as well. We are still looking at fundraising efforts for the stage lighting equipment and playground equipment and entry sign as spelled out at the last city council meeting. So we will continue working on that process as we start construction up. We're looking at finishing up in the fall of this calendar year. And again, we'll be sending notifications out to affected businesses, residents, and Mariners Church, as well as through our community news to all community members regarding the start of the project and contact information for staff with any questions or concerns. Next up is our corporation yard improvements. We'll be going to construction on phase 1 of the Corp Yard project very soon. It's currently out to bid. We will be opening bids on May 10th. Looking forward to hopefully some good numbers. That will be taking care of the access road, the site security, and the sensitive species protections and the Corp Yard layout area. And then the next phase, which hopefully will be starting sooner than later, would be the vinyl structure and the solar array and some of the other improvements that were put in that phased plan. As mentioned, the Highway 1 North Safety and Operational Improvements Project is another project that we've been working on. This does incorporate the segment 1 of the East Side Parallel Trail on the north side of the city area. We are currently working with our utility partners. There are some utility relocations that are required. There's the Coastside County Water District has a water main that they actually sped up the schedule to address before our project, which we really appreciate that they were able to be flexible in that and relocate that utility in advance of our project. We're working with PG&E for a gas relocation as well as the overhead utility pole relocation. So those are the things we're working through right now. We do have some permitting to complete with Caltrans, but right now we are on pace and looking at starting construction in the fall of 2023. Another project we wanted to highlight is the Poplar Street Traffic Calming and Safety Project. We've talked about this in a number of forums over the last several months. Happy to again we just highlight that we did receive the approval of the CDP. We are currently wrapping up design and speaking with a number of residents along the project corridor, and we'll be coming back soon to present the methodology on collection of the different street agreements to the City Council. So we'll be coming back for more discussion on that item and just kind of a target date for construction. We're looking at spring of 2023 to start construction, which falls in line with the funding availability for the project. And the last project we wanted to highlight is the Coastal Trail Overlay. This section of this, we're looking at the segment from Poplar to Central, as that portion has taken quite a bit of damage and just wear and tear over the years. As we've gone, we're looking to extend our life of the existing segment while we look at funding opportunities for the improvements that are derived out of the Poplar Bluff master planning process. So really, we're going to be focused on paving restoration for the main part, but there are some areas of localized erosion that we will be scooting the trail back a little bit and kind of that managed retreat, if you will. To just make sure that we have adequate clearance between the bluff face and the trail. So again, that'll hopefully give us a little bit more life on that, a better riding surface in the near term, and then we'll look at the full project for the bluffs as funding is available. So here's a list of this is the overall list of our draft projects for the 22-23 fiscal year as proposed. And again, it's grouped in these functional categories, as I mentioned earlier. We've aligned the projects as primarily with the primary council priorities, and also looked at highlighting some of the lead departments just for transparency, so folks know who's working on some of these projects. Also considering the level of effort, because the level of effort does change depending on the environmental review process, the location of the project, how many people are impacted, so the amount of public outreach required, and some projects, the complexities there and just requires a little bit more effort. So we've also done that just as an indicator to help in any decision making that you may have. And here's our list of the program list. Again, these programs are part of all of those specific categories. We have, our stormwater program, the CRY implementation program. These are all things that have been talked about, that are in the council priorities. And the big difference is these programmatic ones are kind of annual, ongoing, and relatively low effort. Otherwise, it would be bumped up to a project. So what does that mean for our recommended 5-year CIP? So I have overall the program, as well as the projects, the 5-year CIP includes all the programs that we talked about, the projects that you saw and for the 22-23, as well as all the unfunded projects that are in the outer years. So for this 5-year CIP, it's a total of 67 programs and projects, and you can see that quite a bit of it is unfunded at this point. And that pretty much ends my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to present the CIP. We're here to provide provide any answers we can to your questions and comments. We do have a lot more information. I didn't want to go through a lot of the same details that were in the staff report, but we do have those attachments available. And if there's any questions, we can pop those up and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miles, for a great presentation. Just a question for the city attorney. Do we need, at 11 o'clock, do we need a motion to extend the meeting? I know we've gone over a couple times recently and we didn't like.
Yeah, there's been talk of actually amending the council rules to remove that 11 o'clock restriction. I'm going to ask Jessica if we went ahead and if it's still in there.
We removed that about a year or so ago.
Okay.
No motion required.
2 thumbs up. All right. So questions for staff?
Mayor, if I could, would you like us to go back to the table for clarifying questions, or take this off the screen so everybody can be seen and hold that? Yeah. How would you like to go with this point?
Well, let's do a pilot approach and let's see what Councilmember Rarbach is going to present to us here.
Thanks.
I have one simple comment, and that has to do with the fleet replacement program. I think it's imperative that we replace not only the sedan that's mentioned, but also the utility truck with an all-electric vehicle. If we're really serious about our electrification program, I think buying a non-electric vehicle, even if it's a hybrid, is kind of hypocritical. And I understand that it might cost a little more initially, but we have to stand by our principles and stay all electric. So that's my only comment. Otherwise, I think the CIP list is pretty impressive. Thank you.
Mayor, may I respond?
Yes, please do. And then you can take the presentation down, I think.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Rohraback. And we agree with you in principle that we need to be transitioning, and certainly the sedan, certainly the smaller equipment. Our staff recently attended the Public Works Rodeo for electric equipment and fell in love with the new riding or standing mower electric. And so we're really kind of excited about the quietness of that and all the different things. I will say with regard to the trucks, we're looking, we're still working through it, but unfortunately right now there is not a platform for like the F-350 level loading that we have. Doesn't mean they won't come with that. Doesn't mean I like the idea of the hybrid being an option if that's something out there. So certainly that is we know this is the way of the future. We just feel like we may be at one truck before we go there, but that's something that the council will have to make a decision and determination. But we are certainly understanding the need, desire, and want to go electric, and our staff the staff is embracing that.
Good, thank you.
Who's next? I think it's a fine list. I know a lot of work has gone into prioritizing that list, and you know, as you mentioned, there are a lot of considerations about how projects can be moved and funded, and you have to meet legal mandates and all that stuff. So a lot of good work has been done developing this list, and I'm very comfortable with it. So. Other council members? And by the way, Harvey, I do agree with you. You know, where we can, we need to buy electric. You know, if it's available, it's an option. We should go there.
Yeah, there's an enormous amount of progress with trucks, all electric. If you followed them recently, so they're available.
I think it's a great list. I'm delighted to see that we're moving forward with our capital improvement plans. I think that you know, our revenue stream will hopefully, you know, continue to recover, and we can keep moving forward. You know, it's one of the worst consequences of COVID. You know, is that we did have to pull back and make sure that we have money in reserve to get through COVID. And we're not out of COVID, but it's nice to see that we can start looking again at bringing up the pace of our capital improvements and infrastructure. So thanks for all the staff work that I know how to go into this. It's very detailed, a lot of financial issues, and appreciate the hard work, and look forward to the motion.
Who would like to make a motion?
I'd be happy to. I move that we approve the fiscal year 2022-23 capital improvement project list and authorize staff to present the FY 22-23 capital project list to the Planning Commission for finding a general plan consistency determination.
Second.
Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rohraback?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Yes.
Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any commissioner committee updates?
I have a brief commission update for the Rec Commission. We met a few weeks ago. Most of the items were related to items on the agenda tonight. I think it's proof that having those commissions as a place for us to vet some of this stuff and refine it just brings a better product to you. The upcoming meeting on the 25th of May, will include an update on the Smithfield Master Plan. So we hope to have lots of attendance and lots of community members attending that and providing feedback. This is probably the last opportunity at the Rec Commission for input before we really refine that plan and bring it to you all for consideration. So we invite the community to come and participate in that discussion. And that's all I have.
I also understand that the Parks and Rec Commission has been talking about broader utilization of the Johnston House property too. You know,
that's correct. The last 2 meetings we've had items on the Johnston House, and it's been really productive and helpful feedback for us as we work with both the Johnston House Foundation on the house itself, but also with Post and Mid-Penn on the broader use of the property as a trailhead and a community gathering site. So yeah, it's been really, really helpful.
Yeah, I think as we look at our zoning implementation plan, you know, we have the opportunity for a planning corridor, you know, from Main Street at Highway 1, you know, all the way to the Johnston House. How do we, you know, treat it as a corridor that, you know, that benefits commerce and housing and, you know, lots of activity. So it's exciting. Jill, I noticed you turned on your camera. Do you have a report?
Just briefly on the Planning Commission. Hi, good evening. Nice to see everyone and enjoyed your meeting. The Commission last week adopted the program for the sidewalk activities and parklets. And we gave you, Joe Butcher gave you an update on that about 2 weeks ago. We're delighted about this and moving forward and working with our applicants who have temporary installations so that we can improve those. The Commission's next meeting is a week from tonight. They will be taking on Measure D. It was a lot of work. I've been working on it all night here. So we will do our best to get the right projects moving forward, and you'll probably be hearing a bit about that. So wanted to step in here and just check in with you about that. We also had a meeting with the Architectural Advisory Committee last week. They're now meeting the fourth Thursday. They did look at the Caltrans variable message sign and gave quite a bit of input about aesthetics and the size of the sign and a number of other criteria. This was based on the council's direction to staff to consider a new location and get the AAC's input about it. I just want to remind everyone that the Architectural Advisory Committee does not approve projects. They're just making recommendations to City Council, to the Planning Commission, and to staff. So we're taking that under advisement, and we'll be preparing for a next step with that and updating council at the right time. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Rarbach will be very interested in that whole discussion.
Understood.
Rightly so.
Got that right.
Thank you, Harvey. Okay, any city council reports from your various boards and commissions? Harvey?
Well, I attended the Peninsula Clean Energy board meeting. It was relatively brief. There's a number of good activity from the Citizens Advisory Committee to the Peninsula Clean Energy Board that had to do with DEIR. I think I got that right. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. I also attended the MCC meeting. There was a lot of interest about fire issues and Caltrans, the Connect the Coast Side. So that they're pretty active at the MCC, and I'm glad that we have that line of communication. That's it.
So I attended the CCAG meeting, the San Mateo County City and County Association of Governments, and we approved a contract with a firm to develop equity policies and guidelines in, recommending funding for projects and distributing funding equitably. And this has been a long time in coming, so it's a really good move. And I give a lot of credit to Sean Charpentier, who's the new general manager at CK. And we also approved a process for soliciting and reviewing applications from the cities for One Bay Area program grants. These only come up like every 5 years. It's implementation of the One Bay Area plan that's led by Metropolitan Transportation Commission. So I'm assuming our staff is aware of this funding source and will be, following. We have, I think Maz sits on the Technical Advisory Committee, and our Vice Mayor is on the Congestion Management and Environmental Quality Committee. So, we should apply for, one of our projects or more of our projects on our capital projects list. And so if we're not going to, it would be great to have a discussion with council about any decision to not go for any funding. And then at SAM, we've had a couple of emergencies with equipment that needs to be replaced. I think it was 2 components of the treatment system. Actually one with the truck, the $300,000 truck that needs a $50,000 part. And then there was a blowout of a piece of equipment during a PG&E power shutoff. So we're going to have to figure out what caused that and get reimbursed for another $50,000 piece of equipment. Then we'll be approving the operating and collections budget at our next meeting. Vice Mayor.
Yes, I attended the commute.org meeting, and we discussed the recent survey of the coast to find out how many folks are commuting to and from the coast over the hill, and those that are just commuting locally along the coast. I went to a discussion on homelessness with Don Horsley. I attended, let's see, what was it? The HART April board meeting. They'll be having a fundraiser, their annual fundraiser at Devil Canyon Brewery, the second Saturday in May. I also attended the CCAG Congestion Management and Equity Committee meeting, and then went to the progress seminar that's put on by the San Mateo County Chamber of Commerce with Mayor Ruddock and our city manager, Bob Nisbet, just this past weekend. So it's been a busy 2 weeks.
And I will say the city manager gave a wonderful presentation at the Progress Seminar in Santa Rosa. He was part of a panel discussion on dealing with homelessness. And, he spoke about what the city's been doing with the Coast House. And he was on a panel with Aubrey Merriman, who's the executive director of Life Moves, who's operating Coast House. And there was also a woman from, so it was a very robust, discussion about what people are doing and what's needed. And, it's kind of an endless conversation, but our city manager represented us well and the issue. Thanks, Bob. Okay. Well, if nobody has anything else, we can adjourn.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Sorry.
I'm always confused. If we want to put an item on a future agenda, do we do it as part of our report or afterwards? When is the appropriate time?
That is a little bit confusing. So the item is City Council reports / future items.
Oh, okay. Well,
So we can discuss council reports first, and then we can deal with future items. But on future agendas, we might just separate those out. Although we don't always have future items, so it's probably okay where it is. But that reads in the agenda. So if you have something, you can talk about it now.
yeah. Okay. Thank you. I would like to agendize an endorsement of the Fixin' San Mateo County organization's goals. Those of you who don't know, this organization is trying to get a citizen oversight commission appointed for oversight of the sheriff. And they've already been endorsed by a number of other organizations. I approve of their aims, and I think we should have the city council consider endorsing their aims. And I would like that done in the near future.
Might I suggest, I'll hear from staff on this, I'm sure, that that's put on the agenda for our Public Safety Committee meeting on the 9th? Is that okay with you, Joaquin? Would that be acceptable to you?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Is that okay with staff if we have that discussion first at our Public Safety Committee meeting? Since it was coming up and it's between now and the next council meeting, then we can just, bring a recommendation to the council. Does that work for you, Harvey?
That's fine.
Okay. So we'll have that discussion next week. All right, this meeting is adjourned. Thanks to everyone who contributed. Staff did an excellent job. Thank you for council members for digging into your reports and asking good questions. A lot of work got done tonight. Yay.
Thank you, staff.
See you soon.
Good night.